Chapter 721. The day after the Victory Declaration Ceremony. Lake Kingdom's King's Castle. Audience Chamber. The king, who had been filled with dignity and joy until just yesterday, now sat on his throne with an extremely dark expression. In front of the deeply concerned king stood a young woman and man. The woman was Princess Ariel and the man was Christian. It was Prince Christian. The prince, who shared the same beautiful silver hair and turquoise eyes as his sister, emitted a somewhat precarious aura. The king reprimanded the prince. "Why didn't you attend the Victory Declaration ceremony yesterday?" Christian, standing silently, did not answer. The king's fist slammed down on the armrest of the throne. "Do you not realize how important yesterday's event was? Envoys from major countries around the world had gathered. It was a chance for you, the future king, to meet them and make your presence known. Why did you not show yourself? Do you really wish to break your father's heart?" Christian remained silent. The king held his forehead with his hand and shook his head. "We almost embarrassed ourselves at a place meant to uphold our country's prestige. In the end, Ariel took care of everything you were supposed to do, and she did it flawlessly." Christian's eyebrows twitched, and a curt voice came from his tightly closed mouth. "Then just leave it to Ariel from now on." "What?" Christian sneered at the bewildered king. "Even the position of the next king. Give it to my excellent sister instead of me, the useless one. Ariel will surely handle it all perfectly." "You? How can you say such things?" The king was not the only one shocked. Ariel also looked at Christian with a pale face, just as the enraged king was about to shout at his eldest son. Cough, cough. Instead of an angry roar, weak coughs escaped the king's lips. He covered his mouth with his hand, coughing continuously. Blood seeped through his fingers. "Father!" Ariel, alarmed, rushed to the king, while Christian, in a state of shock, could only watch as his father coughed up blood. "Ha, ha!" The king barely stopped coughing up blood. Holding back tears, Ariel wiped her father's mouth with a handkerchief. The king, receiving his daughter's care, quietly looked at his wayward son. "I don't have much time left, Christian. Look, even after defeating all the monsters in the world and becoming the king of the most powerful country on the continent, life is still this futile." The king shook his head. "Do not waste your life, Christian. It's not too late. If you start your training to become the heir now, you can still be the next king of this country." But before the king could finish, Christian turned around and stormed out. "Christian! Christian!" Cough, cough. Calling out his son's name, the king coughed heavily a few more times. Blood-stained lips muttered, "That foolish boy! I don't have much time left to cover for his stupidity." "Father! I have no choice, Ariel. If your brother doesn't come to his senses soon, I will name you as the crown princess. You will be the next king." But Ariel shook her head firmly. "Father, even though my brother is lost right now, with the right people guiding him, he will surely become a good king. I will support him well, so please, focus on recovering your health." Looking blankly at his smiling daughter, the king bitterly lowered his head. "Please take care of him, Ariel. Both your brother and this country." As a king, as a father, unable to hide his complex feelings. From an early age, Christian felt out of place. It was because he realized that his sister Ariel was better than him in every way. And not only in the talents necessary to be a king but also in character, he realized he was inferior to his sister. "I think it would be better if I just disappeared." Mage Tower Street. True to its reputation as a magical kingdom, the Lake Kingdom was filled with various mage towers and research labs. Christian was in one of the largest facilities, the Mage Research Lab. Christian, sprawled on a large sofa in the director's office, grumbled, "If I weren't here, Father wouldn't be hesitant and troubled, and Ariel wouldn't be suppressed, unable to spread her wings." "Please don't say such things, Your Highness." Director Durandahi smiled awkwardly, trying to soothe Christian. You know how much His Majesty the King and Princess Ariel care for and love you. Damn it, yes, I know. They love me, which is why they cover for me living like this. But, Christian sighed deeply and sat up. That makes it even more miserable. Your Highness, I want to be recognized legitimately, but the more I try, the more I realize. Ariel is a better fit for the king, Durandahee cautiously suggested. Then, how about achieving a great feat? Christian's eyes widened. A feat? What kind of feat? A feat grand enough to be recognized as a king-worthy accomplishment. Durandahee scratched his chin sheepishly. However, the Lake Kingdom has defeated all monsters and even holds world dominance. There's hardly any enemy left to defeat or any great feat to accomplish. But there is one urgent matter, isn't there? Lowering his voice, Durandahee glanced around. His Majesty the King's health. Rumors about the king's health had been circulating secretly for years. Efforts to cure his illness had been made everywhere, but there was no improvement. The king, despite his young age, was dying rapidly. Durandahee lowered his voice even more. This is a story I heard from a clan of shamans from the eastern continent. Christian's shoulders trembled at the ensuing words. It is said that there was a magic of immortality on the far side of the eastern continent. What? Immortality? Yes, there are rumors that the downfall of the eastern continent was because of that magic. So, we have been investigating it in our research lab, and it seems quite credible. We've even narrowed down the expected location. Durandahee looked at Christian with a subtle gaze. If you could find this magic of immortality... Christian shuddered. If he could really find the magic of immortality, Father would recognize me. The father who always looked warmly at his sister, but only spoke cold and stern words to him. The father who always blamed and scolded him for his shortcomings. Might acknowledge his achievements, perhaps even praise him for the first time. And if I can bring back the magic of immortality, I could restore Father's health and gain recognition from all the kingdom's mages. The only thing the Lake Kingdom, a nation of magic, had not overcome was one thing: time, and with it aging and death. If he could bring back the magic of immortality, all the kingdom's mages would praise Christian's achievement and submit to him. Lost in hopeful thoughts, Christian soon sighed with a darkened face. But I can't leave my place. He was a prince, likely to become the next king. If he were to leave for the ruins of the eastern continent, his father would never allow it. But as if anticipating Christian's words, Durandahee smiled. In that case, we found an interesting experimental subject. Huh? An interesting experimental subject. Yes, please follow me. Following Durandahee's lead, Christian headed to the underground of the research lab. There, in a glass enclosure, was a boy with a vacant expression. Gesturing towards the boy through the glass, Durandahee spoke. A non-citizen living outside the outer wall. We found him while gathering magical materials in the sewers. We were so surprised that we purchased him immediately. What's interesting about this non-citizen? In the Lake Kingdom, people were divided into the magic-using class, citizens, and those who could not use magic, who were treated like livestock, non-citizens. Citizens were further divided into commoners, nobles, and the royal family. For Christian, a royal family member, observing a non-citizen was unfamiliar and uncomfortable. But the next words were even more outrageous. Doesn't he look alike? What? To you, Your Highness, he looks remarkably similar. Laughing loudly, Durandahee manipulated a magical panel on the glass, causing the boy's hair and eye color to change. The boy, who had dull gray hair and eyes, now had silver hair and turquoise eyes. And then, how can this be? Christian muttered in surprise. To his astonishment, the non-citizen boy resembled Christian, not only in appearance but also in their unique aura. With a bit of perception-dampening magic, most people will think this boy is you, Your Highness. Since you rarely engage in public activities, if you're careful, you won't be discovered. Lost in thought, Christian glanced at Durandahee. The search of the Eastern continent. How long is it expected to take? We estimate about a month. Durandahee nodded. So this substitute only needs to cover for you for a month. All right. Christian, having made up his mind, nodded firmly. Let's do it, Durandahee. Yes, Your Highness. I will prepare immediately. As Durandahee left the underground room, Christian called out. Thank you, Durandahee. I'll make sure to repay you greatly someday. Haha, no need to mention it. Durandahee smiled kindly. Your Highness's happiness is my happiness. After Durandahee left, Christian turned his gaze toward the boy in the glass enclosure and slowly approached the glass wall. Christian nodded toward the bewildered boy whose appearance had suddenly changed. Hey you. Yes, yes. What's your name? The boy hesitated and answered in a barely audible voice. I don't have one. What? Non-citizens usually don't have names. I am sorry. Clicking his tongue in frustration, Christian raised his voice in front of the shrinking boy. From now on, your name is Christian. Yes? But while I'm away, you will be my shadow, my stand-in, my substitute. You must pretend to be me. Christian asked coldly. Can you do it? There was no way he could say he couldn't. Non-citizens follow orders. That was the life of a non-citizen in the Lake Kingdom. If they didn't follow orders or failed, they would die. The boy, squeezing his eyes shut, tremblingly bowed. I will do as you command, Your Highness. A few days later, Christian boarded a ship prepared by Durandahee and set off for the Eastern continent in search of the magic of immortality. And the nameless boy, having received intensive training to act as the prince's double, was secretly placed inside the castle. Remember, the moment you're discovered, you die. Mage Research Lab Director Durandahee had repeatedly threatened. Mimicking the prince is easy. No matter what anyone asks, don't answer and just scowl as if you're angry. The prince is known as a rascal, so no one will easily approach you. Just stay quiet in your room. Understood? Finally, Durandahee had firmly grabbed the boy's shoulder. If you do well in this, you won't have to worry about your livelihood in the future. Wearing a perception-dampening necklace, the boy stood awkwardly in the middle of the prince's room. How did this happen? He still couldn't tell if this was reality or a dream. Just a few days ago, he was cleaning up rat carcasses in the sewers, and now he was pretending to be the prince of this country. But it's not a difficult task. I just need to stay quiet and endure for about a month. The boy, trying to calm himself, nodded firmly. Brother! The door burst open, and Princess Ariel came running in with a bright smile. Ice cream from the north has arrived. Let's eat together. I saved your favorite iced strawberries, brother. Frozen in surprise, the boy soon came to his senses. She was the sister Ariel, the person the prince had warned him to be most cautious of. The only person in the castle who was kind to the prickly prince. It's okay. Just do as practiced. Just do as practiced. With the cold expression he had practiced relentlessly for the past few days, the boy narrowed his eyes and looked at Ariel. But before he could say a word, Shing! Ariel drew her sword from her waist and pointed the blade sharply at him. What? Before the boy, who was stiff with shock, Ariel demanded in a firm voice, pointing her sword at him. Who are you? You're not my brother. Who are you? Not even an hour had passed since the boy started pretending to be the prince in the castle. Having done nothing, he was immediately discovered. Feeling aggrieved and bewildered, the boy couldn't help but swallow a tear. Chapter 722. There were two people Christian warned the substitute boy to be cautious of. One was his sister, Ariel. The other was the nanny who had taken care of both the prince and the princess since they were babies. Nanny! Ariel forcibly dragged the substitute boy to the nanny's room. Oh, my prince and princess. Welcome. The nanny was the great witch known as Coco the Severer. Besides her duties as a nanny, she also served as a guardian for the royal children. The king had appointed her, the most powerful magician among his retainers, as the nanny and guardian for his two children. Coco, who was also their magic teacher, smiled kindly. It has been a while since you both visited together. It makes this old woman very happy. What brings you here? Nanny, look closely. Ariel shook the substitute boy by his collar. This isn't my brother. He's a fake. Yes. Coco furrowed her brows and scrutinized the boy closely. The boy swallowed nervously and averted his gaze. After a moment, Coco tilted her head and stepped back. He is the prince. No, he's different. Completely different. Look closely. Finally, Coco used magic to examine the substitute boy and let out a surprised groan. This is astonishing. The princess is right. A high-level perception dampening spell is cast on him, and there's also a transformation spell. His voice has been altered too. Now understanding that the prince before her was an impostor, Coco raised her hands in amazement. Truly incredible. If not for the princess's keen eye, I too would have been deceived. Can you undo the spells cast on him? I'll give it a try. Soon after, the substitute boy was stripped of his perception-dampening necklace, and his hair and eye colors reverted to their original dull gray. I'm doomed. He would surely be punished for impersonating the prince, and the real prince would be furious at his failure. With his mind going blank, the boy sat there in a daze while Ariel and Coco marveled and were shocked at his transformation. No other magic is cast on him? It's amazing. How can he resemble my brother so closely? They say there are 3 people in the world who look alike. But princess, what's important now isn't the resemblance. Oh, right? Xing. Drawing her sword again, Ariel demanded answers from the boy. Tell us the truth. Who are you? Where is my brother right now? Tears welled up in the boy's eyes as he faced the sword pointed at his throat. He had no choice but to confess. He revealed that the real Prince Christian had gone to the Eastern continent in search of the magic of immortality. The Mage Research Lab director, Durandahi, had accompanied him, and it was under his orders that the boy was acting as a substitute. They estimated it would take about a month since there is no teleportation base there, but they can return immediately using magic. So, I was supposed to avoid detection for that month. Caught as soon as it started. With a desolate expression, the boy mumbled. Ariel, exasperated, furrowed her delicate brows. Immortality magic? There's no way such a thing exists. What is my brother thinking? Nanny Coco chimed in. Indeed, even if such magic exists, it would be more like a curse than a blessing. Coco shook her head. And to seek out such a thing, the prince must have been desperate. My brother is really a fool. What my father needs is not immortality magic. Stopping his wandering and standing firmly by his father's side. That alone would make the king happy. But the prince, plagued by his inferiority complex, couldn't see that at all. Sigh. Ariel sighed deeply and placed her hands on her hips, standing before the substitute boy. All right. Since things have come to this, you must perfectly impersonate my brother for the next month. The fact that the prince left for a month without informing the king, and that too to the already ruined Eastern continent, would not be well received, especially given Christian's reputation as a troublemaker, which was already straining his father's patience. While Ariel wasn't sure if she should commend her brother for preparing a substitute, she decided to monitor this impostor thoroughly to ensure no harm came to the real Christian's reputation. I will always be by your side to ensure you don't cause any trouble while pretending to be my brother. Pardon? You, princess? Yes, I will. So if you had any plans to do something foolish while pretending to be the prince, forget it. Though he felt it was unfair, the substitute boy, given the situation, could only sniffle quietly. Ariel gestured to him. So what's your name? Pardon. I can't call you brother. What's your real name? The boy hesitated before answering. I don't have one. What? How can you not have a name? I am a non-citizen, the lowest of slaves. Non-citizens usually don't have names. Ariel, shocked, hesitated before asking again. But surely people called you something. Well, my masters usually called me a slave or the slave. Wow, really? That's horrible. Unable to bring herself to call him that, Ariel shook her head. Then let's give you a temporary name for now. Let's see. Naming a person wasn't like naming a pet, so Ariel pondered carefully. From Ariel's thoughtful lips, the article used by his previous owners slipped out. Dear. TL note. Someone who serves like a slave. Pardon. The boy muttered in confusion.
Edi?
What? No. I was just mumbling. A name consisting only of articles doesn't make sense. Ariel frantically waved her hands, but the boy blankly repeated the strange name. For some reason, when that name slipped from Ariel's lips, he felt a sense of destiny. Felt like his name. Since I'm just a substitute, temporary, a fake. The boy lowered his head. That name is enough. Please call me Ader from now on, princess. The boy smiled sheepishly. Thank you for giving me a name. I'll cherish it. It was strange to see someone with her brother's face smiling so weakly and innocently. Feeling a mix of nostalgia and strangeness, Ariel couldn't help but chuckle. It seems you're not a bad person, which is a relief. Ariel extended her hand to the boy who had been kneeling before her, now known as Ader. All right, for the next month, let's get along, Ader.
Ariel smiled briskly.
I will make sure you don't get caught while pretending to be my brother. Ader hesitated to take the princess's offered hand, only staring at it. If he hadn't been caught, he would have grasped that hand as the prince's double. But now, with his true identity, a lowly slave revealed, it felt like a distant, untouchable thing. So, instead of taking her hand, he bowed deeply. Ironically, during the time Ader acted as Christian's double, the prince's reputation improved significantly. He no longer lost his temper without reason, nor did he skip royal events without notice. Though expressionless and quiet, he consistently appeared with Ariel at various places, inspected the kingdom in place of the ailing king, and handled royal affairs alongside her. Rumors spread that the prince had finally reformed. Stories of a troublemaker turning over a new leaf are always popular. Hearing the steadily improving evaluations of Christian, Ariel sighed. It would be nice if my real brother changed his ways too. Sigh. Behind Ariel, Ader, feeling awkward, blinked. As they were busy handling various state affairs, Ariel's hair had come undone. The red ribbon she always wore was slipping loose. Hesitating, Ader spoke up cautiously. Princess. Turning around at Ader's call, Ariel muttered shyly. It's strange to be called princess by someone with my brother's face. Ha. So what is it? If it's not too forward, may I fix your hair? Realizing her hair was messy, Ariel exclaimed and adjusted it herself. Ader quickly waved his hands in apology. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It's all right. I was just surprised. Ariel laughed and turned her back to him. Since my brother would never do this for me, please go ahead. Yes, then. Ader carefully untied the red ribbon from Ariel's hair. Ariel's dazzling silver hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Shaking her shoulders lightly, Ariel explained. My late mother used to tie my hair with a red ribbon when I was young. She said it suited my silver hair. So I've kept this style all my life. Even though I'm about to come of age, and it feels a bit childish, it still suits me, right? Indeed, it did. Gently and meticulously brushing and tying Ariel's hair with the ribbon, Ader agreed. It was the first time he had seen such soft and beautiful hair. Ariel's shining hair was like strands of pure silver. And through the long hair, glimpses of the princess's white nape. Though he had been swept along, without any will of his own, to play this role at this moment, Ader felt glad to have come to the royal castle. He was happy to be able to comb and tie the princess's hair. Finally, Ariel's hair was neatly done. Glancing in the mirror, Ariel smiled brightly and turned around. Wow, you're good at this. What did you do before coming here? Pardon. Before you came here as a substitute. Your touch is delicate and skilled. Momentarily dazed, Ader stammered his reply. I did whatever work was needed. As slaves, we couldn't choose our tasks. Ariel was unaware of the life of non-citizens, especially the lowest slaves, so she listened carefully to Ader's rambling explanation. The slaves where I lived stayed in shared quarters. Every morning, citizens would come to take us for various tasks needed outside the outer wall. We were assigned all kinds of dirty and rough jobs daily. This might sound strange, but citizens didn't like us being dirty. We had to be clean before heading to work. Citizens saw non-citizens as parasites on the Lake Kingdom. Useless beings who couldn't use magic, living off the magical kingdom. If these parasites were also dirty, they were despised even more. So, to cater to the citizens, non-citizens had to maintain a clean appearance. So, we had to tidy up before leaving for work, and I ended up fixing everyone's hair in the quarters. Living in quarters with hundreds of other slaves. Every morning, Ader became a hairdressing expert, braiding and combing everyone's hair. Just a trivial story. Finishing his story awkwardly, Ader realized Ariel was staring intently at him. With clear, turquoise eyes, Ariel called his name in a refreshing voice.
Aider.
Momentarily lost in thought, Ader snapped back to attention and answered hurriedly. Why yes. Visit often. Tell me about your life in this country as a slave. Ariel smiled warmly. I think it will help in making this country better in the future. Turning her gaze from the dazed Ader, Ariel looked at the papers on her desk. They contained her upcoming schedule. By the way, there's an urgent event next week. On the papers Ariel set down, the words Royal Ball were visible. Ader, who could read, paled. Noticing his reaction, Ariel asked with a wry smile, Ader, do you know how to dance? Chapter 723.
Aider.
Do you know how to dance?
Aider stammered.
Of course, he could dance. Non-citizens had their own culture. But Ariel was obviously asking about formal royal ballroom dancing, and Ader had no experience with that kind of dance. Originally, my brother didn't particularly enjoy these events, so he didn't dance often, but we never know what might happen. Ariel smiled brightly and extended her hand. I'll teach you enough to get by at the ball. Come here. And so, from the evening, bathed in the red sunset, until the night, illuminated by the bright moonlight, Ariel gave Ader a crash course in social dancing. To onlookers, it would have appeared as if the silver-haired, turquoise-eyed prince and princess were happily dancing together. Fortunately, Ader had a knack for dancing. He quickly learned the steps, and soon the fake siblings were spinning around, practicing their dance. Dancing with someone who looks just like my brother feels a bit strange, Ariel said, covering her mouth with a laugh. But the one who felt the strangest was Ader, pretending to be the prince in the royal castle just because he looked like him, and now practicing dance steps close enough to feel the princess's breath. Is this really happening? In a daze, feeling as if he were floating in a dream, Ader learned to dance from the princess. All right, the ball is tomorrow, the day before the ball. After teaching him not just dance steps but also party etiquette and whom to be wary of, Ariel, looking slightly tense, spoke. Tomorrow will probably be the most dangerous time for you while pretending to be my brother. Let's make sure you aren't discovered and get through this. The day of the ball. This ball was a sort of after-party following the Victory Declaration ceremony. While the Victory Declaration was about showcasing national strength to foreign guests, this was a celebration among the people of the Lake Kingdom. It was an event hosted by the royal family, and with the king absent due to illness, it was essentially a party that the prince and princess had to oversee. Thus, Ariel was extremely busy. Beside her, Ader did his best to impersonate Prince Christian. Countless guests came to offer their congratulations to the prince and princess. Each time, Ariel would greet them by name and exchange pleasantries, while Ader would agree appropriately and follow her lead. Phew, we've managed well so far. After hours of greetings, Ariel, with flushed cheeks, fanned herself and smiled at Ader. Though slightly tired, Ariel maintained a composed demeanor, while Ader was completely exhausted, slumped in a chair. He had never imagined that receiving guests could be so exhausting. I thought royalty just played and enjoyed themselves all day. He was completely wrong. Royalty had their own set of hardships. But if I had to choose between the two, of course, he would prefer to live as royalty. Ader glanced at Ariel. She was wearing an elegant dress and looked stunningly beautiful, cooling her flushed cheeks with a fan. Despite being more elaborately dressed than usual for the ball, the red ribbon tied behind her hair was the same as always. He had tied it for her that morning. Noticing Ader's gaze, Ariel lightly shook her head, gently touching the ribbon. "Ha-ha! No matter the event, I can't give up this ribbon." She then playfully winked. "Thanks for tying it so well, brother?" The fact that he had left a mark on someone as exalted as the princess made Ader's heart flutter for some reason. At that moment, music filled the ballroom. It was time for the main social dance. People flowed to the central hall of the ballroom, each taking their partner's hand. Ariel watched the scene with a joyful smile.
Suddenly, Aidé hésita-t-elle.
He knew it was presumptuous, but he had one wish he wanted to ask the princess. Not just practice, but a real dance. This was the first wish that Ader, the slave boy who had lived day by day without dreams, had ever had. He swallowed hard. "If only I could dance with you, just once." But before he could voice his presumptuous request, Prince, a woman, dressed as splendidly as a peacock, approached him. Barely recalling her identity, Ader awkwardly spoke her name. "Ah, Duchess. Would you grant me the honor of a dance, Prince?" And almost simultaneously, Princess, a middle-aged knight with a stern expression, approached Ariel, leading a young knight. Ariel recognized him and nodded in greeting. "Ah, Sir Baltimore. My son wishes to ask the princess for a dance, if that is acceptable?" The middle-aged knight stepped aside, and the young knight, face flushed red, bowed deeply and extended an arm to Ariel. With a skilled smile, Ariel took the young knight's hand. "Of course." Ariel and the young knight linked arms and moved to the central hall, and Ader, hesitating, was pulled to the center by the Duchess. The music began and people spun around, dancing. Ugh! Despite having practiced diligently for the past few days, Ader knew his steps were clumsy. He struggled not to step on the Duchess's feet. And as he fumbled, he glanced to the side, meeting Ariel's gaze as she watched him. Ariel smiled and mouthed the words, "You're doing well." Ader's heart thumped loudly, uncertain what this feeling was, unsure if this was a dream or reality. Dazed, Ader danced, swept along by the waves of people. The fake prince and the real princess, side by side, each holding the hand of a different partner, danced in circles. Round and round, round and round, after successfully making it through the ball. There were many more events and schedules, but with Ariel's help, Ader performed his role without incident, and soon the month was nearly over. "You've done so well, Ader." Ariel called Ader and praised him. "I've received a message from Director Durandahi. They will return to the Lake Kingdom tomorrow." "Oh!"
Aidé sighed deeply.
The time had come for the prince, who had gone to the eastern continent, to return. Seeing this, Ariel smiled softly. "It must have been hard for you, being dragged here because you look like my brother. You must be exhausted, both in body and mind."
No, no.
"Not at all." Ader frantically waved his hands in denial. "It has been an honor beyond measure for someone like me to live in the royal castle." He meant it sincerely. If he hadn't been fortunate enough to resemble the prince, he would never have had the chance to live so well, even for just a month. And he would never have had the chance to be close to the princess. "Thank you, even if it's just empty words." Ariel laughed, covering her mouth, and suddenly handed something to Ader. "Here, this is my gift."
Pardon.
"You've worked hard for a month, so I prepared this." What Ariel handed him was an eyeglass case. When Ader, puzzled, Took it, Ariel laughed awkwardly. When you first arrived, we did a physical check to see if you really were my brother. Ader, your eyesight is terrible, isn't it? Yes. I do see a bit blurry. Having worked in dim, underground places with poor lighting, Ader's eyesight had deteriorated despite his young age. It's more than just a bit blurry. So, you must have seen me as blurry all this time. Ariel opened the case and took out a pair of thick glasses, approaching Ader. I had these made for you. They'll help you see better. As Ariel held the glasses by their arms and moved closer, Ader tensed up. Ariel gently placed the glasses on Ader's face, her hands brushing against his warm earlobes. The world, which had always been blurry, became clear as the lenses covered his vision. How is it? And at the center of this newly clear world, the princess, as if made from the brightest parts of all the sunshine in the world, was smiling brightly. Can you see well? How should he respond? Can see well didn't even begin to cover it. How could he describe this sight, this feeling in his heart? Cursing his poor vocabulary and even poorer status, Ader bowed his head deeply and managed to speak. Yes, I can see very well. Thank you, princess. I will cherish these for life. Haha, no need for life. I'll get you new ones if your eyesight changes. Ader blinked, not quite understanding. Ariel took a deep breath and explained.
Aider.
After my brother returns, would you consider becoming my attendant? Pardon. You learn quickly, and we might need a stand-in for my brother again, and you tie ribbons well. So, I want to keep seeing you at the castle. Ariel's face grew serious. Most importantly, what I've heard from you about the lives of non-citizens, it was a shocking revelation that broke my narrow perspective. Over the past month, Ader had told Ariel about the lives of non-citizens in the Lake Kingdom and what the kingdom looked like from outside the outer wall. This had changed something inside Ariel.
Aider.
I want to change this country for the better. Ader looked at the princess, who seemed to be gazing at a distant, lofty place. Our country prospered through magic, but I know. A country can't be ruled by magic alone. Ader stared blankly at the side profile of the princess as she looked at some distant, lofty place. Our country has prospered through magic, but I know. A country can't be ruled by magic alone. Magic is just a tool. A country must be governed by its people. We can't rely on a single resource to sustain our nation. When that resource runs out, we face a significant crisis. History teaches us this lesson. Ariel shook her head slightly. But right now, our country divides people based on whether they can use magic. This extreme structure will eventually corrode the country from within. I want to gradually change this country, and I want you to help me. Seeing Ader's blank expression, Ariel hastily added, Oh, of course. If there's something else you want to do, you're free to leave. You've already endured enough being forcibly brought here for a month.
No, no.
That's not it. I want to stay by your side, princess. Ader blurted out urgently, then turned red as he realized his words might have sounded strange. He quickly added, If I can assist you in your endeavors, whether as a servant, a stand-in, or in any capacity, I will gladly stay. Ariel let out a small sigh of relief and smiled softly. Thank you. Then, instead of a farewell, let me say this. Hearing her next words, Ader also slowly smiled. Let's continue to rely on each other. Ader? The next day, the expedition to the eastern continent returned to the Lake Kingdom, bringing not the magic of immortality, but tragic news. Prince Christian had been caught in an accident and gone missing in the eastern continent. Chapter 724. Durandahi, the head of the expedition to the eastern continent, was secretly arrested and brought to the king's castle. There was an accident during the expedition. Durandahi said calmly. The environment of the eastern continent was harsher than expected. We had considerable difficulty constructing the search base, but just before our return, a pillar of fire scorched the sky and engulfed the base. When we were all on the verge of death, Prince Christian heroically decided, He pushed us all through the teleport gate and stayed behind at the search base alone. Durandahee bowed his head to Ariel. Knowing his intentions, we had no choice but to escape with tears of blood. We are truly sorry, Princess. We were lacking. Ariel looked down at the tearful Durandahee and coldly retorted. Don't lie, Durandahee. My brother is a selfish person. He would sacrifice his subordinates for his own goals, but he would never lay down his life for them. It was a cold but accurate assessment. A bitter smile briefly crossed Durandahee's face. Ariel pressed him further. Confess everything in detail. What exactly happened in the Eastern continent? Prince Christian is far too unqualified to be a king. Wiping away the fake tears, Durandahee spoke in a dry voice. I have known him for a long time and closely observed him. He should never become king. What did you say? Durandahee slowly raised his head and looked up at Ariel. And,
Princess Ariel,
you are truly the one who is fit to be the next monarch. Durandahee continued speaking to the pale-faced Ariel. For the 1,000-year future of our Lake Kingdom, know that I, Durandahee, orchestrated this matter with only loyalty in my heart. So, what are you saying? Ariel, clenching her fists, spoke in a trembling voice. To prevent my brother from becoming the next king, you lured him with the lie of an immortality magic and abandoned him alone in the Eastern continent. The information about the immortality magic in the Eastern continent is not a lie. It is merely a rumor. Durandahee chuckled. And he wasn't abandoned. During the month-long search, there were no results, and just before the return, a small accident occurred, causing the prince to be isolated at the search base alone. You induced that situation, but it was the prince's own will to go there, to become a person worthy of the throne, driven by the pressure to achieve overwhelming merit. The prince clung to the non-existent illusion of immortality magic and eventually went missing at the easternmost end of the world. Prince Christian will not return alive. Durandahee chuckled. And the king is gravely ill. You!
Princess Ariel.
With an unwavering face showing no hint of regret, Durandahee spoke. Ascend the throne, and continue the glory of this Lake Kingdom, which has conquered the world. The only thing this unworthy subject desires is that. Ariel, feeling dizzy, closed her eyes tightly. The crown, what is that worthless crown? Does her brother's life have to be at stake for a position she never even desired? Gritting her teeth, Ariel shouted to the subordinate next to her. Send a rescue team to the Eastern continent immediately. Yes, Princess. And? The subordinate asked cautiously. How should we report this to His Majesty the King? Ariel bit her lip with a pale face and looked back. There stood the false prince, Ader, looking just as flustered. His Majesty is ill, so we must not cause him undue concern. Resolutely, Ariel nodded. Rescuing my brother is the priority. This matter will remain confidential. Yes. And, Ader. Ariel forced a difficult smile at Ader. Please continue to act as the prince. Just a little longer. Yes, Princess. Bowing his head, Ader simultaneously sensed it. The ominous atmosphere. A faint stench rising from the very foundation of the country. At the same time, Eastern continent. Gasp, gasp. Prince Christian, covered in blood, slumped down in the ruins. It was a building constructed by humans, proving that civilization once existed on this continent. However, it was now a complete ruin. Gasping for breath, Christian looked up at the sky with a shiver. It was burning. Flames surged from the red sky, pouring down like rain. Each time, the already charred ruins were engulfed in flames again. He had no idea what had turned the entire continent into a land of death. The Eastern continent was a place where even survival was a struggle, let alone exploration. And in this land, the expedition had abandoned Christian, teleporting back. The gate's connection was severed, and Christian was isolated. Durandahee, why would you do this to me? With parched lips, Christian trembled with rage. Durandahe's intention to find the immortality magic might have been somewhat true. If he wanted to eliminate him, he wouldn't have gone through such a cumbersome process. But upon arrival, there was no hope. How could such a magic exist in this hell? Thus, Durandahe gave up on the immortality magic and abandoned him, the prince. Hedging his bets between the prince and the princess, he decided to side with the more certain one. Does that mean I am so worthless? Crawling on the scorching ground, Christian laughed bitterly. That even Durandahe, who was on my side, abandoned me because I am hopeless as a king. The fact was no longer even pathetic. All he desperately wanted was a sip of water. Leaning against the hot stone wall, Christian closed his eyes. So, this is how I die. Achieving nothing, dying in vain, accepting his fate bitterly, Christian quietly awaited his end. And then it happened. Splash! A cool sound of water echoed before his eyes. Ha! Thinking he was hearing things, Christian slowly opened his eyes. Before him was a glass of clear water being held out. Standing right in front of him, someone in a robe gently shook the glass. Thirsty? Here, drink up. It didn't matter if it was a hallucination. Christian hurriedly grabbed the glass and gulped down the water. The water flowing down his throat was fragrant and cool. Thank you. Truly thank you. After downing the water, Christian bowed his head and returned the glass. The one receiving the glass was a shadow, or someone in a robe. A ghastly, white smile split across the shadow's face. Ha! No, it wasn't. It seemed he was mistaken due to dehydration. Standing before him was an elderly man with a kind expression. The old man stroked his beard and smiled gently. It's been a long time since I've seen someone in this land. Are you okay? Had you not given me water, I would have died. Bowing repeatedly, Christian cautiously asked, May I ask your name? I have many nicknames. The old man muttered, stroking his beard. The Angel of Fulfillment, Master of the Monkey's Paw, the Fallen Constellation. But now, I'd like to introduce myself this way. The words that followed made Christian's eyes widen. The Immortal Sage. It seems you are not from this continent. What brings you here? With a smile, the old man's face looked to Christian like an angel descended to earth. If there is anything I can do to help, just say the word. I'll do my best to assist. With a wide smile, Christian, who had found his long-sought companion, felt an overwhelming sense of relief. And likewise, as if he had found a long-awaited companion, the old man also smiled broadly. 6 months later, the Lake Kingdom was even more prosperous. From the giant city-state floating on the clear lake, songs praising the royal family's reign echoed daily. The nation's power had grown stronger, and the lives of not only the citizens but also non-citizens had stabilized. The king was bedridden due to his severe illness, but Prince Christian and Princess Ariel governed the country well in his stead. Prince Christian, or rather, his double, the Fakeator, stared blankly down at the sunny streets of the Lake Kingdom. Citizens gathered at the fountain square, bursting into laughter next to the gushing water. The giant city-state was peaceful and beautiful. Both citizens and non-citizens blessed the excellence of the prince and princess, who would succeed the king, and rejoiced in the nation's foreseen prosperity. And every time he heard those praises, Ader felt unbearably uncomfortable. How long would he have to continue this act as the fake prince? But the timing to reveal the truth never came. Naturally, because, gasp, 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 the king was dying. Ader tore his eyes away from the window and looked inside the room, at the king buried in the large bed and Princess Ariel nursing him. The king, with a sallow face, kept gasping for breath. He was already close to death. How could he reveal the truth to the king in this state? That the person pretending to be the prince was a fake, and the real prince had gone missing in the eastern continent? Several rescue teams had been sent to the eastern continent. Coco the Severer, a master of teleportation magic, had led the rescue teams. But they had found no trace of the prince and had almost been annihilated several times. The eastern continent was truly a land of death. Time passed helplessly, and 6 months went by. Christian's death was already an established fact. But they couldn't tell the king. It would undoubtedly worsen his already fragile condition. "I don't want to die, Christian, Ariel." The gasping king spoke with difficulty. "I conquered everything in my life, but in the end, I cannot overcome this death. Father, but now I must accept it." "Christian, where is Christian?" Ader, standing by the window, hurried to the bedside. The king, fully believing the man before him to be his real son, nodded seriously with a heavy heart. "Seeing you sober up and stand as a prince is such a relief." "No, father, I am still lacking." "Yes, you are lacking, but your mindset is right, and that's enough. Ariel will make up for your deficiencies." Both Ader and Ariel's eyes widened as they realized what the king was saying. The king reached out and grasped Christian's hand, squeezing it with his cooling hand. "Christian, you will rule this country from now on. You will inherit the throne, become the next king, and lead the Lake Kingdom." Frozen in place, Ariel finally managed to speak. "Father, actually. My brother is already dead. The person you are holding hands with is a fake, a double. Was it right to tell this to a father on his deathbed? But wasn't it necessary to stop the fake prince from inheriting the throne?" Not knowing what to do, Ariel was paralyzed. At that moment, "Father," Ader gently stroked the king's hand, smiling. "Pass the throne to Ariel. I will assist Ariel well." The king knew Ariel was more competent but loved Christian more. Over the past 6 months of acting as the fake Christian, Ader had painfully realized this. So, he had anticipated that if the king were to pass on the throne, it would be to Christian. Thus, he had prepared these words. "It is the right thing to do for this country. You know this better than anyone, father. Please pass the throne to Ariel, father. I beg of you." Tears filled the king's eyes. He was moved by Christian's mature act of yielding the throne to his sister. "Yes, as long as you two maintain this harmony, I have no worries." The king turned his head towards Ariel.
Ariel.
"Yes, father. Will you lead this country from now on?" Swallowing her tears, Ariel bowed her head. The guilt of lying to her father until his final moments weighed heavily on her. But she also knew this was the best course. "Though I am lacking, I will honor the wishes of both you and my brother." Just as Ariel was about to pledge her commitment, bang! The door to the king's bedroom burst open, and knights and soldiers rushed in urgently. It was Baltimore, the overseer of the internal guard post, and his subordinate knights. Kneeling hastily in front of the bed, Baltimore shouted, "Forgive my intrusion, your majesty. I have urgent news to report." Ariel shouted, "Sir Baltimore, His Majesty is in a critical condition. How dare you?" But Ariel froze like ice at Baltimore's next words. "Prince Christian has returned. He has returned from the eastern continent. Upon verification, it is undoubtedly the real Prince Christian. He is on his way here right now, requesting to see His Majesty." The room's atmosphere turned icy. Christian was abroad, and now he's returned. Blinking in confusion, the king slowly turned his head to the side. Then, who is this man? Standing there, pale-faced and trembling like a leaf, was Ader. "Who is this man who just asked me to pass the throne to Ariel?" Chapter 725. "I have brought the magic of immortality, father." The real Prince Christian, who had returned, declared this confidently. He then approached the bewildered king, who did not understand the current situation. "I'll explain later. Since your condition is critical, I will cast the magic on you immediately." "No, Christian. What are you talking about? Immortality. Such a thing can't possibly." But the king had to close his mouth, as the robed old man who came with Christian grasped the king's wrist and breathed an inexplicable mystical shadow into him. Ugh! Vitality surged through his body, and the overwhelming sickness dissipated. The murkiness in his mind was replaced with clarity, and the death that had loomed close retreated far away. How is this possible? I feel as strong as I did in my prime. The king sprang up from the bed in a single bound. The surrounding knights and mages all bowed deeply in astonishment. Congratulations on your recovery, your majesty. Congratulations. The king, testing his newly regained strength by clenching his hands, looked at Christian and the old man behind him. Where on earth did you find such magic? And how did you bring such a great person? I have been exploring the eastern continent for the past 6 months. This sage is someone I met there. Christian briefly explained to the king what had transpired in the last 6 months. After hearing the whole story, the king turned to the side in a daze. Then, who is that man who has been in the castle all this time? There stood Ader trembling. Christian growled coldly. He is a fake. A fake? A double brought in by Durandahee. Quite convincing, isn't it? Even you were completely deceived, father. Christian's fierce gaze moved from Ader to Ariel, who was standing beside him. And Durandahee schemed to remove me and place Ariel on the throne. Perhaps Ariel is also involved in this. Ariel, standing to protect Ader, urgently spoke up. No, brother. I and this man never had such intentions.
Ariel.
It was the king who shouted. Ariel flinched and shrank her shoulders. The king trembled with a face mixed with anger and disappointment. Did you desire the throne that much? No, father. Did you want the crown so badly that you would kill your brother and deceive your father, and this entire nation? Ariel's vision blurred as she closed her eyes tightly. The situation had become extremely complicated. Although she had no malicious intent, the fact remained that she had lied to the king. It was also true that Ader, acting as Christian, was intended to put Ariel on the throne. She had only taken the path she thought was best given the circumstances. But the outcome was turning out to be the worst possible. To deceive your brother, your father, and this entire nation. The king's face, believing he had been betrayed by his trusted daughter, twisted in anger and sorrow. He reached out his hand and commanded, Sir Baltimore, immediately imprison Ariel and that impostor, and form an investigation team to thoroughly uncover everything about this incident. Yes, your majesty. The knights bound Ariel and Ader. Father, please listen to me. Father. Ariel tried to convey her true feelings until the very end as she was dragged away. But the king had already closed his eyes and shut his ears. After Ariel and Ader were taken away, the king looked at Christian and smiled benevolently. Christian, I have always believed in you. Christian immediately knelt before the king. The king praised his son greatly. And you have repaid that belief. You have saved me. I merely attempted to repay the grace you have bestowed upon me. Now that you have proven yourself to be so mature, I no longer have any doubts. Clearing his voice, the king looked around at the surrounding vassals and declared, The next king will be Christian. I appoint Christian as the crown prince. All the vassals knelt on one knee and bowed their heads in unison. We accept your majesty's command. Christian was among them, kneeling at the center. The king, satisfied, turned to the robed old man who had come with Christian. And sage, thank you for saving my life. The robed old man, the sage, bowed deeply. I only displayed a small skill as an old man. How can I repay this grace? If there is anything you desire, just say it. As the king of a nation, I will reward you generously. Thank you for your words, but it is unnecessary, your majesty. The old man squinted and smiled. The payment has already been agreed upon. Having gained immortality and recovered from his illness, the king began to govern the nation more vigorously than ever. He, as well as Christian, came to fully trust and follow the sage who had brought the magic of immortality. The sage soon received treatment akin to that of royalty. Christian, who had come to trust the sage completely along with his father, showed him a facility within the castle as promised. His Majesty has authorized me to show this to you, sage. This way. It was a magical facility built in the deepest part of the castle. Even in the Lake Kingdom, which stood at the forefront of magical civilization, this facility housed some of the most advanced magical devices. At the center was a large glass flask containing a clear, turquoise magical substance. This is the national magic of the Lake Kingdom, prison of the unconscious. Pointing to the flask, Christian explained, humanity has always been plagued by monster invasions. No matter how many we kill, they keep coming to kill us. So, the first king came up with a plan to seal away all the monsters we defeated, so they could never revive again. Christian continued to speak to the sage, who was gazing at the flask in a trance. The result of that plan is this. The concept of monsters itself is sealed beneath the dreams of the people of the Lake Kingdom. This is our national magic. The prison of the unconscious, shared by all people of the Lake Kingdom. Once defeated, any threat that opposed humanity, monsters, were recorded and dissolved under this prison of the unconscious. What an incredible magic! Haha! It took dozens of generations of research and refinement to create this magic. Christian, laughing awkwardly, cautiously asked, "But is this really enough? I feel uneasy about repaying such a great favor with just a tour of the facility. Since you saved my father, we can give you gold, jewels, or even land." Haha, that's unnecessary. If you really want to thank me, just let me visit here freely for a few days. I want to study it more closely. Of course, I will grant that request. Christian then asked carefully, "After that, where will you go? What will you do next?" Haha, well, the sage smiled meaningfully. What happens next isn't really for me to decide. A few days passed quickly. Throughout the Lake Kingdom, rumors spread widely. The real prince and the fake prince, Ariel's charges of treason, the immortality magic brought by the prince, the king's restored health. The people were amazed that Christian had truly brought back the magic of immortality, but they were also quite displeased with the decision to make Christian the next king. The prince has too much of a rogue nature, and the prince who had changed over the past 6 months turned out to be a fake? Isn't Princess Ariel much more reliable? She governed the country very well over the past 6 months when the king was ill. Perhaps Princess Ariel did what she did out of concern for the country's future? The atmosphere in the country wavered uneasily. The king believed that people would calm down and follow in due course. But Christian couldn't bear this atmosphere. Even though I found the magic of immortality and saved father, why won't people acknowledge me? After much contemplation, Christian realized. Yes, even though I found the magic of immortality, only father received its benefits. That's why the people don't understand the greatness of my achievement. So what should he do? If I bestow the magic of immortality upon all the people of the Lake Kingdom, then, reaching a conclusion, Christian clenched his fist. Everyone will acknowledge me as the king who brought the blessing of immortality to the greatest nation in the world, the Lake Kingdom. Everyone would acknowledge Christian. Christian, with a bright smile, did not realize that shadows were flickering in his eyes like never before. Sage! Christian went to the sage, who was examining the facility known as the prison of the unconscious, and immediately made a request. He asked if it was possible to bestow the magic of immortality upon all the people of the Lake Kingdom. He worried the sage might refuse, but the sage cheerfully smiled and nodded. Although it will be quite challenging due to the scale, it should be possible. Is that really true? Yes. However, I will need to call upon 2 of my friends to assist me, as I can't do it alone. The sage glanced up at the sky. Is that acceptable? Of course. Any friends of yours are welcome with open arms. Good. And, by this time, shadows were swirling over the sage's face, and his smile appeared as a white fissure within those shadows. There is a price to be paid for such a contract. Are you okay with that? A price? Yes. I can't just bestow the blessing of immortality alone. There are other blessings that must be included. There will be about 3. But Christian had already become too blinded to notice the strangeness of that smile. Of course, that's fine, as long as all the people of this country could receive immortality. It was worth paying a fair price. Christian then went to get his father's approval. The king gladly gave his consent. Ever since receiving this immortality magic, every day has felt like a dream. It's so enjoyable and refreshing. With a face more joyful and peaceful than ever, his eyes now shadowed, the king nodded enthusiastically. You're right, Christian. I shouldn't enjoy this happiness alone. The entire nation, no. Even the non-citizens. Everyone in the Lake Kingdom should share this. The king reached out and patted his son's shoulder. To think so much about the people, you will be a truly good king. Christian smiled in return. The country would now prosper forever. Everyone would be immortal and happy, and he would finally be acknowledged as the next king who led the Lake Kingdom to its greatest golden age. A few days later, Ariel and Ader, who had been imprisoned, were summoned to the castle. Despite spending days in prison, Ariel had not lost her composure. However, her appearance was a mess from the hardships she had endured. Ader, who had been beaten for daring to act as the fake prince, was in an even worse state. But he couldn't just stand there and watch the princess's disheveled hair. So, right before entering the castle while they were briefly being checked at the gate, with careful hands he combed her hair. Ariel did not refuse. With her hair neatly arranged and her crumpled red ribbon retied, Ariel gave Ader a smile and walked confidently into the castle. Ader followed her cautiously. "Father, I have something to say." Ariel, who had thought through everything she needed to say to the king, tried to plead her case. But she had no opportunity. In the audience chamber, a complex magical circle formed of black shadows was inscribed, and 3 robed old men were chanting mysterious spells, preparing a magic ritual. And the king, Christian, the mages, the knights, and the other vassals were all watching the spectacle as if in a trance. "Father, what is this?" Horrified, Ariel tried to intervene, but Christian blocked her with his body. "Do not interfere, Ariel. Brother, what on earth are you doing? This is a ritual to bestow the blessing of immortality upon all the people of the Lake Kingdom." Ariel's eyes widened. "What? How could you decide on something so dangerous so easily?" "Dangerous? What could be a greater blessing than this in the world?" Christian's eyes, already covered with complete shadows, shone with a precarious smile. "I will share this blessing with everyone, and then everyone will acknowledge me."
No.
"Brother, get a grip dash. Then everyone will love me." And before Ariel could do anything, the first curse, the sage raised his index finger and whispered, "From now on, everyone in the Lake Kingdom will never die." The sage's face, now revealed without the robe, was no longer human. Within the swirling shadows, a white crack formed a sinister smile. "Something. SSSSS." Immediately, a shadow like smoke swirled above everyone's heads and fell down. Faces of those who received the shadow were filled with joy. Christian, too, shuddered as he felt the immortality magic filling his entire body. And the moment he realized the immortality magic was imbued in his body,
Eddie.
Ariel turned back and urgently shouted to Ader, who was also shocked by the immortality magic. "By the authority of the princess, and as your master, I command you." The contents were incomprehensible to Ader. "From this moment on, you are exiled from the Lake Kingdom." "Wah? You are no longer Dash," desperately Ariel declared. "Part of the Lake Kingdom." The next moment, the second curse, the second sage whispered with sinister delight. "Everyone in the Lake Kingdom cannot leave the Lake Kingdom." Immediately after, the third curse, the third sage, smiling white with victory, uttered the final curse. "The Lake Kingdom will sink below the lake." Chapter 726. Rumble, rumble. Ugh! Ariel snapped her eyes open. The entire Lake Kingdom, which had been floating above the lake due to magic, had been forcibly plunged into the depths of the lake. The impact caused her to lose consciousness. Whoosh! The entire lake kingdom was already submerged, and the last line of magical protection within the royal castle was being breached by the cascading waters of the lake. It looked like a flood meant to end the world. Outside the large glass windows of the castle, the lake water surged. The once clear turquoise lake had become muddied, mixed with dark shadows, obscuring visibility even a short distance away. In the murky waters, people and debris from the buildings swirled together. Because everyone was cursed with immortality, they couldn't die even amidst this disaster. Suffering endlessly from the agony of drowning, people flailed their limbs madly. Ha ha ha! And this scene, the sages watched it calmly, as if observing a fish tank from the other side of the glass. The view from underwater is quite unique. This apocalypse game should satisfy the spectators quite well. Indeed, it's a scene worth having 3 of us intermediaries involved. The 2 sages laughed and spoke in turn. However, the central sage, the one who initially ensnared Prince Christian, the Demon King, was not laughing at all. No, the true apocalypse game hasn't even begun. Having completely shed his disguise as an old human, now a form entirely like a black shadow, the Demon King spoke with a snarl. I will search through the unconscious of all the people of this lake kingdom, through all their nightmares, until I find that person. Until then, the apocalypse game must not end. The other 2 intermediaries, who had come to aid the Demon King, shrugged at each other. They muttered something along the lines of, "What an odd one he is." Why? At that moment, Ariel, staggering to her feet, questioned these demons. Why are you doing this? To stay sane and calmly ask questions in such a situation. The other intermediaries, with wide white grins, were about to mock her, but unexpectedly, the Demon King answered seriously. It's because of the original sin your ancestors committed long ago. What? You flourished as a magical kingdom, but you never pondered where this magic came from, who brought this power. You ignored it. The Demon King murmured monotonously. Now you are paying the price. What does that even mean? Grinding her teeth, Ariel grasped a water-soaked long sword lying on the floor and drew it. It was an ordinary iron sword that a nearby fallen guard had dropped. Even if our ancestors sinned, it doesn't justify us suffering for it. Indeed, that may be true, but your destruction now isn't because of your ancestors' sins, is it? The Demon King coldly pointed out the truth. It's because of your foolish brother and father. Ugh! You've gained immortality, so you must also pay the fitting price. Now you and your nation will eternally rot in nightmares at the bottom of this lake. Crash! Shatter! The castle's large glass windows, unable to withstand the immense pressure, shattered along with the protective magic, and the lake water, now a torrent of black bubbles, flooded into the castle. As the water rapidly filled the space, Ariel clenched her teeth. I will reclaim it. Hearing her voice shine with vivid resolve, the Demon King finally turned to face her properly. Whether it's because of the sins of my ancestors or the foolishness of my father and brother that this nation was ruined, it is all the royal family's responsibility. With my own hands, I will restore the glory of this nation. At last, the Demon King laughed. So, you sent out that fake prince? As your last hope. Ariel had, right after the curse of immortality was cast, realized the anomaly and immediately ordered Ader's banishment. You are no longer a citizen of the Lake Kingdom. The princess's command carried a power that instantly stripped Ader of his status as a citizen of the Lake Kingdom. Therefore, he was able to escape the subsequent 2 curses. Citizens of the Lake Kingdom couldn't leave the country, and the entire kingdom sank below the lake. But Ader would have safely escaped the lake. Ariel herself didn't fully understand why, at that moment, she had chosen to send Ader out. There could have been many other choices, but why did she choose to send out a non-citizen of slave origin, a mere double of the prince, using the last opportunity for escape. What was she expecting from him? I will predict, fallen princess. In the swirling vortex of the black polluted water, the unconscious bodies of the king and the prince were sucked into the demon king's hands. The demon king placed his hands on the king and prince's heads and extracted the shadows he had implanted in them. The two, who had been enchanted and led the kingdom to ruin, would awaken and regain their senses the next time they woke up. Then they would realize what they had done and go mad with despair. Caressing the heads of the foolish king and prince who had already succumbed, the demon king finally faced the princess. Those clear turquoise eyes glaring at him with noble defiance, refusing to yield even in such a dire situation. Your hope will shatter and erode until it ultimately perishes. That will never happen. Ariel spoke with unwavering certainty. As long as I am the master of my soul. Haha, we'll see. Whoosh! The rushing black lake water filled the inside of the castle, sweeping Ariel away. Caught in the immense mass of water, Ariel was flung out of the castle. No great human has ever withstood this infinite hell of the apocalypse game. All have succumbed and fallen. Towards the receding shadow of the princess, the demon king spoke calmly. You will be no different. The entire lake kingdom sank to the bottom of the lake. Immersed in water, the people of the lake kingdom, whether citizens or non-citizens, endlessly drowned. Because they were now immortal, they had to endure the agony of drowning continuously. Most people went mad within a day, let alone a few days, and lost their will to resist. The demon king approached them one by one and offered them a contract. Instead of living in this hellish reality, he promised them a comfortable nightmare. In exchange, he asked for their dreams. The vast majority succumbed. Most people of the Lake Kingdom chose to become living devices supplying the Demon King with nightmares rather than endure the unbearable agony of drowning. And so, within mere days of the Lake Kingdom's submersion, countless human cocoons, shrouded in black shadows, floated throughout the kingdom. However, even though the majority were like this, there were those who refused to accept the Demon King's proposal to the end. Ariel, enduring through countless deaths with her iron will, was eventually rescued by Coco, her nanny and a great witch. A master of teleportation magic, Coco had been surviving by finding spaces within the kingdom that had not yet been submerged. As soon as Ariel was rescued by Coco, she uttered these words. We need to find a way to move freely and breathe underwater. Nanny, even in such dire circumstances, refusing to give up and finding the next path forward, the nanny could not help but weep. Together, they rescued Durandahi, the head of the Magical Research Institute who had been imprisoned. He was one of the kingdom's top magicians. After repeatedly dying and coming back to life in his waterlogged laboratory, he developed a device that allowed breathing underwater. They equipped these devices and distributed them to those who had not yet succumbed to the Demon King. Braving the turbulent currents and the evil aura swirling within the submerged Lake Kingdom, the survivors made a desperate effort to reactivate the barrier outside the Lake Kingdom. They powered the devices, repaired broken parts, and died over and over. It took them 100 years to finally reactivate the barrier and start draining the water from within the Lake Kingdom. Whoosh! The black water that had flooded the Lake Kingdom flowed out, dripping thick droplets as it poured outside. As the water drained, the Lake Kingdom, which had been submerged for over 100 years, revealed its horrific appearance, covered in water moss and decay. On the rooftop of a building located in a high area, Ariel, who was looking down at this sight, slowly removed the underwater breathing apparatus from her head. Ah! Her silver hair, which had grown wildly from long neglect, cascaded down her back like a waterfall. We have finally taken the first step. Ariel turned around. There, lined up, were the survivors who had fought alongside her through this arduous battle for over 100 years. Their faces filled with emotion as they witnessed this monumental sight. Magical Research Head Durandahi, Internal Guard Post Overseer Baltimore, Captain of the Standing Army Malone, Royal Warehouse Janitor Biambulak, Sewer Manager Palig, and besides the named citizens, There were also the non-citizens who had fought alongside without giving in. Regardless of their pre-collapse status or talents, those who had not bowed to the Demon King fought together. Thanks to them, Ariel had been able to keep fighting without giving up. There is still a long way to go. Looking at her companions, whose resolve had not faltered throughout this long and grueling battle, Ariel, with her eyes still shining with determination, declared, "Let's find a way to move to the next stage. We need to break the curse on the Lake Kingdom." Then, Ariel looked at the central, darkened building of the Lake Kingdom. She gritted her teeth as she stared at the castle from which she had been exiled. And ultimately, find a way to defeat the Demon King. But neither Ariel nor those who had fought alongside her knew that the time when the Lake Kingdom was flooded was actually more peaceful. That night, after a small celebration of their first success in 100 years, the survivors had a modest feast. Exhausted, the survivors finally removed their underwater breathing devices and lay down comfortably, seeking a well-deserved rest. Ariel, lost in her thoughts as she looked down at her homeland covered in water moss, suddenly sensed something ominous and turned around. Xing, the rusted iron sword she had been carrying since the day of the collapse, was drawn from its sheath. "Who is there?" Then, a sinister boy's voice emerged from the darkness. "Ha! You should have just drowned quietly, shouldn't you?" Step, step. From the darkness emerged a neatly dressed boy with dark blue hair. It would have been less painful that way. And in the boy's arms was one of the survivors. Limp, bleeding from the neck. The boy, licking his lips with his red lips, mercilessly bit into the survivor's neck. Crunch! Blood spattered everywhere. The boy, having drained his fill, licked his lips with his bright red tongue. Well, from a vampire's perspective, a lively prey is naturally more appealing. And since you're immortal, you won't die no matter how much blood I drain. What the? In the face of this surreal scene, Ariel, wondering if this was a dream, belatedly realized that they had been surrounded. Boom! 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 Evil beings descended from the sky, breaking through the darkness and surrounding the survivors. A black dragon, the demon guardian commander, an unknown witch, the plague lord, the vampire king, the spider queen, the daughter of a succubus, the ghost pirate captain, the slaughterer of the full moon, the goblin god king, monsters from the old times, already defeated and sealed in memories, capable of destroying the human world even alone, had been revived under the Demon King's hand and ambushed the survivors. With the water drained, revealing the ground, and the Lake Kingdom becoming a space where people could breathe and walk, the monsters, revived from nightmares over the past 100 years by the Demon King, began to occupy the city. So then, it's time for you immortal humans to be hunted by monsters. The Vampire King, Celendian, smiled slyly, baring his fangs. The real hell has begun. Chapter 727. With the barrier restored and the water drained, the Lake Kingdom had become a land of monsters. The monsters claimed parts of the vast city-state for themselves, making them their bases. Many survivors who had barely maintained their sanity for over 100 years finally broke. Being hunted daily by horrific monsters from nightmares was an unbearable despair. Every night, the monsters held feasts, and the undying citizens of the Lake Kingdom became their prey. They were drained of blood while alive, torn apart by claws, and burned by their breath. The monsters toyed with the humans' feeble resistance. Monsters of all kinds lurked everywhere in the kingdom, expanding their territories. Soon, there was no safe space left for humans in the city. Despite this, Ariel did not give up. She organized the survivors into a resistance force, gathering people from all over the kingdom to fight against the monsters. But even that desperate effort eventually faded. Brother! A traitor had appeared among the humans, siding with the monsters. What is this? The masked individuals, disguised as another group of survivors, had infiltrated the resistance. They abducted and coerced members of the resistance, delivering them to the Demon King. Their minds have been plunged into dreams by the demon king himself. The leader of these masked individuals, the night crawlers, was none other than Prince Christian. Father is the same. He eventually succumbed and is now dreaming. Prince Christian. Wake up, Prince Christian. I have abandoned that name. As the other survivors called out to him, Christian shook his head. I desired a crown that was beyond my reach, but in the end, I became nothing more than a laughable clown. Beneath his smiling mask, the man laughed miserably. So from now on, call me Crown. Brother! Ariel trembled with rage. Crown slowly drew a flute from his belt, an artifact granted by the Demon King. You are the last remaining humans resisting in this country. Why? Why have you sided with the Demon King? Ariel, why do you resist? Looking at the people still willing to fight, Crown sighed softly. Have you not seen those mighty monsters? And what about the Demon King who commands them? The kingdom has fallen below the lake, and there's no way to break the curse. There's no hope, so instead of futile resistance, isn't it better to find peace quickly? Brother, you? Crown looked steadily at his sister, who still called him brother. Her eyes, shining with unwavering determination even in this hell. I'm just trying to finish the dirty work I started when I brought ruin to this country. Crown brought the flute to his lips. The night crawlers drew their weapons. The resistance also raised their weapons in response. Ariel, tears streaming down her face, shouted, Please, brother. It's our royal family's fault that this country fell into hell. So we must take responsibility and fix it together.
No, Ariel.
You have done nothing wrong. The fault lies with me alone. Tears of blood flowed from behind his mask. Crown spoke heavily, his voice laden with sorrow. So, I will bring you peace as quickly as possible. Beep. As Crown blew the flute, monsters, their eyes glowing red, surged from the darkness towards the resistance. What is this? Is he controlling the monsters? Prince, are you truly? The Nightcrawler soldiers launched arrows and spells without hesitation at the bewildered resistance. Facing the combined assault of monsters and traitors, the resistance fell helplessly. Ariel desperately ordered a retreat. In a world overrun by monsters, the last remaining humans were now forced to fight among themselves, with both monsters and fellow humans as enemies. The enemies increased while their forces dwindled. Ultimately, Ariel had to make a decision, as a member of the royal family that had brought ruin to the kingdom, to take responsibility. To protect the remaining people and continue fighting the Demon King, she decided to use the ancient magic passed down in the royal family. I will offer my existence as a sacrifice to the goddess. The magic principles established by the Lake Kingdom were as follows. By drawing power from the guardian tree rooted in the spirit world and channeling it through an external source, they processed and used that power in the present world. And the royal family of the Lake Kingdom already knew that a burning woman resided at the roots of the guardian tree Everblack. The so-called goddess, who was often dismissed as mere legend by the public, was real. She was closely linked to humanity's magic. This ancient magic was a ritual to offer one's existence to the goddess in exchange for borrowing her power. Princess, there's no need for you to do this. Let us do it instead.
No.
I'm not just trying to sacrifice myself. Ariel shook her head and smiled bitterly at those who opposed. It's because I have the most to offer as a sacrifice. And if someone here had to take responsibility for this entire hell, it had to be herself. Finally, Ariel conducted the ritual to offer herself to the goddess through ancient magic. I offer. Setting her body ablaze with magical fire, she endured the searing heat and muttered, My status. She renounced her title, abandoning her position as a princess. My memories. She burned away all the precious days of her life and the days of resistance she never gave up on. My name. She burned away the name Ariel, becoming nameless. My everything. The ritual ended. As the flames on her body extinguished, The princess's radiant silver hair had turned white. The red ribbon she always tied to maintain her humanity for over 100 years since the fall had burned to ashes. With her memories cleansed and her expressions and emotions cut away. Flash! In Nameless' hand, a brilliant halo of light formed. To the princess who had offered her all, the goddess granted a light that could vanquish evil. The resistance fighters, shedding tears as they looked up at the now whitened princess, knelt one by one. Nameless silently picked up the rusted iron sword on the ground, breathed light into it, and turned to the people. Let's go. Though the bright smile she always showed everyone and the rich emotions in her voice were gone. Her clear turquoise eyes, like the lake, still shimmered with a single purpose: to save the world, to defeat the Demon King and save this nation, to slay monsters and protect people. That purpose alone. And many more years passed. Nameless continued to fight. Her ordinary, worn, rusted iron sword had become one of the greatest weapons, capable of cleaving any monster. Nameless herself had become a highly skilled swordswoman, honed through countless battles, becoming the most adept at fighting monsters in this world. As time passed to reach this point, the resistance fighters vanished one by one. The Demon King persistently tempted the resistance members. Not only did he turn them into living devices to dream nightmares, but he also cloned their memories into monsters to fight the resistance. Those who had been comrades just days ago not only surrendered but also reappeared as monsters to attack the resistance. Rats are everywhere. Rats keep coming no matter how many I kill. Damn rats. I want to study magic in the court someday. I'm tired of sweeping and cleaning like a machine. Captain for 20 years. Captain for 10 years. Am I supposed to be a captain forever? Eliminate those climbing the walls. Even in a state of emergency, the law must be enforced. Immediate trial for all. Immediate trial. Become fertilizer for humanity's future. Non-citizens. In the endless battles in the underwater hell, the resistance members went mad one by one. They couldn't distinguish whether it was day or night, underwater or on land, or whether their opponents were monsters or humans. Those who went mad attacked allies, hallucinated, or became completely paralyzed, unable to endure any longer. I can't fight them anymore, but I don't want to become a living device dreaming nightmares either. The first resistance warrior to defect requested Nameless. Seal me away. Nameless, silent, slowly nodded. I will honor your wish, comrade. Nameless asked carefully. Do you remember where your original home was? I will let you rest there for the last time. Those who could no longer fight returned to their original homes and were sealed away. Nameless laid her comrade on a decayed bed, stroked their forehead, and whispered, May you retire in peace. I hope you regain the light someday, Nameless. After saying goodbye, Nameless cast several magical seals on the house to prevent the Demon King's approach. As a precaution, she also boarded up the doors and windows from the outside. This was called a retirement funeral among the undying resistance fighters of the Lake Kingdom. It was the only honorable end they could have. And after another long time had passed, throughout the Lake Kingdom, countless houses had their doors and windows sealed. Hud, hud, hud. After sealing another comrade, nailing the door shut, Nameless turned around. She was alone. The resistance, once numbering in the hundreds, had all succumbed to the Demon King or been laid to rest in retirement funerals, vanishing from the Lake Kingdom. There were still a few who fought, but very few. Even they were reaching their limits. Nameless herself felt her end approaching. She knew well that the light borrowed from the goddess was flickering more and more faintly. Was there any meaning in all those days and resistance? Nameless looked up at the sky with weary eyes. This kingdom, once vibrant with colors, was now a dull, monochrome darkness. The last time I saw beautiful colors, suddenly Nameless fell into thought. When was it? Surely before the world became like this. She remembered seeing something beautiful with someone. I can't remember. Because she had burned everything away, nothing came to mind. Nameless smiled bitterly and staggered back into the darkened kingdom, to prepare for the endless fights to come, and for the possible new opportunities that might arise. Today, she still had to hang torches throughout the Lake Kingdom, clear out monsters, and patrol for visitors. And, while patrolling outside the city walls, she saw a group of people standing outside the closed gate. A young man with black hair at the forefront, a blonde knight, a brown-haired sniper, a one-eyed white-haired mage, and a red-haired mage in a wheelchair. Adventurers. There were occasionally those who came here after hearing rumors of the sunken kingdom. A few settled in the kingdom, becoming new strength, but most were scared off by the monsters or died futilely. Thus, she did not hold much hope. Treasure hunters come to find riches in the Lake Kingdom, but she held a sliver of hope, approaching to warn them so they wouldn't get caught up in this hell. There is nothing here that you want. Return to the surface while you still have your lives. Chapter 7:28. Shall we go on a picnic tomorrow, Ader? When was this? Ader, exhausted from playing the fake prince, was completely drained and sitting on the sofa. Ariel, who had brought refreshments and sat in front of him, asked this. Ader, with wide eyes, asked, "A picnic?" "Yes, there's a hill in the outskirts where I often played with my brother when I was young. There's a big Zelkova tree, and in summer, flowers bloom."
Ariel smiled awkwardly.
"Because you're working hard for me and the imperial family. There's no schedule for tomorrow." You can refuse if you don't want to or are tired."
No.
"I don't mind at all." Ader hurriedly waved his hands and smiled clumsily. "Thank you for the invitation, Princess. I'll look forward to it tomorrow." However, the next day the two couldn't go on the picnic, because it suddenly rained. So instead of going on a picnic, they sat side by side in a pavilion in the king's castle courtyard, and watched the falling rain together. The memory of that ordinary, not-so-special day remained deeply in their hearts. Why was that? Cough, cough, cough. At the moment the Lake Kingdom was sinking. By the lakeside, Ader, who was under the first curse, the curse of immortality. Due to the princess's expulsion order, he was ejected out of the Lake Kingdom, avoiding the second and third curses placed on the Lake Kingdom. He had to watch as the entire Lake Kingdom sank, with no one but himself escaping. Ader, a mere human, was overwhelmed in the face of a world's destruction. The vast kingdom disappeared under the lake like bubbles. Ader could do nothing but stare blankly at this sight. After the entire kingdom sank and the shaking and noise that shook the heavens and earth subsided, finally a thought came to Ader's mind. What should I do now? Upon reflection, there was nothing he needed to do for the Lake Kingdom. He was just a slave driven by the Lake Kingdom, not even a citizen. He was dragged in to impersonate the prince because he looked like him, having done dirty and rough work all his life. He had no family, no friends, no connections or ties. He could just leave everything behind and go. At that moment, clink, something made a sound in Ader's pocket. He curiously put his hand in his pocket and took it out. It was a plaque made of black wood. This is? It was Princess Ariel's plaque. Her name and identity were engraved on it, and as befits a royal plaque, it was luxuriously made from the black wood ever black. When? It seemed Ariel had given it to Ader at the moment she issued the expulsion order. Why? Why did the princess pull him out of the Lake Kingdom and give him the most precious thing she had at that moment?
Ede.
Suddenly, Ariel's smiling face flashed before his eyes. The person who gave him a name, and the first to treat him as a person. Shall we go on a picnic tomorrow? He knew that warmth was not entirely directed at him. The princess had projected the image of her amicable brother from her childhood onto him. Royalty and slave, citizen and non-citizen, there was a distance between her and himself wider than the sky and the earth. But even so, I want to save her. Even if the whole world perished, only you, I want to save. After carefully putting the plaque given by the princess into his bosom, Ader staggered and stood up. I don't know what I need to do. renewing his resolve on his delicate face. I will try anything, princess. Ader quietly looked down at the surface of the lake, gradually turning black and turbid. So, please wait a little longer. Thus, to save the perished kingdom, the fake prince began a long journey. After that, well, it's just a repetition of a boring story. Ader concluded the story and looked at me. At first, I just grabbed a sword and fought. I thought that if I killed the 3 sages who cursed the kingdom, the demon king and his allies, the situation would be resolved. So, did you succeed in killing them? I asked, surprised, while listening to the story and eating popcorn, though it seemed a bit impolite since the story was quite long. Then Ader nodded. Yes, I defeated 2 of them. I managed to drive them out after a really long and dreadful fight, each establishing their own bases at the ends of the continent. Both were beings on a higher level, so it was really tough to take them down. Wow! To be honest, Ader, this guy, looks feeble and pale, not the type you'd expect to fight on the front lines. Maybe he used to be something else back in the day? If you have eternal life and unyielding will, anyone can accomplish this much. No, usually people's wills break. Don't explain it like it's some kind of student cooking recipe. Did you see the 2 broken statues among the 3 in the Lake Kingdom? Those statues were erected by the Demon King, and since I defeated the other 2 sages, the left and right statues were destroyed. So the left and right statues were broken. I see. Ader let out a faint sigh. In that way, I lifted the 2nd and 3rd curses. But there were almost no people left who could escape from the Lake Kingdom, and it had already sunk, so there was no power left to pull it back to the surface. Moreover, I couldn't defeat the most important one, the Demon King. So, to put it plainly, this is probably the first playthrough for Ader. Endlessly, time passed, and eventually, monsters spewed out from the Lake Kingdom, saturated with malice. After the world perished, even though it must have been a heart-wrenching story for him, Ader calmly explained his old story. When all lives perished and I became the last human on Earth, I received 2 proposals simultaneously. 2 proposals? First, the goddess offered me the position of a racial deity. I remembered what Ader had told me a long time ago. When one becomes the last survivor of a race, they can ascend to the position of a racial deity. Since Ader was immortal and lived forever, he reached that end and became the racial deity. And then the Demon King proposed a deal.
Ader smiled bitterly.
Since we couldn't save the ones we wanted to save, he proposed we do this end-of-the-world game one more time. As the proxy of the entire perished world, I agreed. The world reset to the moment after the Lake Kingdom sank. Since the Demon King's 2 allies were beings of higher dimensions, their defeated state was maintained even after the reset. In other words, from the 2nd playthrough, only the Demon King needed to be defeated. However, I didn't succeed. Ader, with his usual carefree demeanor, waved his hands. No matter what I tried, I couldn't defeat the Demon King or save the Lake Kingdom. I just kept repeating countless futile fights for hundreds of years. Then my soul reached its limit, and feeling the limits of fighting directly, I started looking for a proxy player. Ader glanced at me. You know the rest. I see. Since I had a piece of Blackwood from Everblack, I revived the Everblack Empire, a nation capable of fending off the monster invasion. And then I discovered you with your regression potential, and after countless infinite battles together, here we are. Ader, smiling brightly, picked up the cold teacup. It was a long story. But Ader's actual battle must have been infinitely longer than this story. Ader, who summarized and brushed over the immense pain, loneliness, and agony, looked at me intently. Honestly, what significance does the long tale of past failures have? Now, we just need to succeed in the final battle. You're right, Ader. I grinned. No matter how many times we were beaten up before, if we win with a final awesome move at the end, it's all good, right? Even if we lose 9,999 times, who cares? If we win once at the end, We live feeling like we've won all our lives. Hee hee. You are absolutely right. We chuckled as we looked at each other. I patted Ader's shoulder. By the way, after staying silent for so long, it turns out it was a love story. You romantic fool. Ader, embarrassed, scratched the back of his head. To be precise, it's unrequited love. Oh, but you admit it's a romantic feeling. I was ready to tease you if you tried to deny it. If it were me when I was young, I would have denied it. How could a slave dare to love a princess? I would have denied having such feelings. Ader lowered his old eyes behind his glasses. But I have grown old, my lord. Older than anyone in this world. I now know well that the naive feelings I had back then were indeed love. The feelings back then? I asked cautiously. Then what about now? I don't know. Ader fiddled with the empty teacup. I am curious too. The first emotion when I decided to save her was definitely love. But now, after mumbling as if trying to articulate something, he finally gave up and laughed weakly. What is this feeling of mine? Why did I want to save her for such a long time? Well, the reason no longer matters. I just want to see it. The true ending we will reach. A brief silence ensued. Thud. Placing down the teacup and intertwining his fingers, Ader took a deep breath. So, I've talked enough about old stories. Shall we talk about what's to come? He changed the subject. Perhaps to the main topic we were supposed to discuss here. The path to the Lake Kingdom has been blocked, but now it is open. Yes, so I was just about to send a free exploration team. The next stage is 45. It's a boss stage. We need to scout who the opponent is. Let me tell you first. But Ader talked about something else. Once you enter the Lake Kingdom dungeon, you can encounter the final boss in the deepest part. In the game, it was the same, wasn't it? You could encounter it from this point. I swallowed dryly. The final boss. The sleepless lake princess. Ader nodded. Yes, nameless. The reason the path to the Lake Kingdom has been blocked so far is clear, isn't it? Ader calmly recited the cruel truth. It was the process of her transformation into a monster. The entire Lake Kingdom was covered in darkness, and the mutation is already complete. The person he had unrequited love for, the person he had fought for eons to save. In this final round, she had already lost her humanity and become a monster. He told the story so calmly. She has become the embodiment of all the nightmares of the Lake Kingdom's people, and now, she is the strongest being among any monster in this world. And when stage 50 begins, she will leave the Lake Kingdom and head to the human world. Ader, with cold eyes, was now staring directly at me. In the game, to prevent the monster invasion and achieve victory, you had to kill her before stage 50 started. In other words, with a voice as cold as his eyes, Ader uttered the victory condition from the game. To win, from now until the start of stage 50, we must kill Nameless, who is transformed into a monster. Of course. Immediately, Ader smiled brightly. This is not the ending I desire, and it's not the method you have in mind either, is it? That's right. I had my own strategy to save Nameless and spectacularly overturn this round. And Ader said he was leaving this place to prepare for something now. The final move I will prepare from now on, combined with the strategy you have in mind. Ader, who smiled slyly like a villain, made a gesture. Shall we pull off something spectacular together? The grandest finale of the end-of-the-world game that will astonish the entire universe. Oh man, who in the world could refuse that? I smirked and reached out my hand. All right, let's do it, accomplice. Ader also took my hand. We shook hands firmly and laughed wickedly. The grandest finale to wrap up our grueling joint venture. Chapter 729. After finishing the final strategy meeting, Ader disappeared to make his own preparations. We wouldn't see him again until the final battle at stage 50. All right, we need to prepare to survive until the final boss fight. For now, It's stage 45. It's a boss stage again. A single slip up here and we might not even get to see the final boss, leading to a game over. We need to be extremely careful. So, we sent an exploration team to the dungeon for reconnaissance. What? Upon hearing the identity of the enemy in this boss stage, I murmured in astonishment. Zombies! The enemy horde in stage 45 is zombies. More precisely, the zombified, demonic guard corps. What were they doing when they died? And what made them come back to life? I had many questions, but in any case, it's zombies, demons, and monsters. We need to take them down efficiently. Unlike other monsters, demonic monsters have no clear strengths or weaknesses. Instead, they are superior to humans in every stat and can use equipment like humans. The demonic guard corps is the top-tier unit among these demonic monsters, boasting superior stats and excellent equipment. And now they've become zombies? So I have to plan my strategy around superstat zombies. And if it's the demonic guard corps, then the leader is surely the demonic guard commander, Cromwell. This demon duchess, who is at the pinnacle of the demonic species, wields several powers to command her subordinates. The demonic guard corps under her command fights with well-trained military tactics. If we were to clash with her original form and her core, the battle would resemble a fierce fight against an elite special forces unit infiltrating our city. But they're zombies. In this world, zombies aren't a species or a group, but a state. Revived from death, losing their sanity, and attacking anything in sight. And to top it off, it's a contagious state. In the game, we encountered monster hordes in a zombie state. If bitten, our allies would become infected, and if they died in that state, they would resurrect as zombies and join the enemy horde. It's not like the movies on Earth where you turn into a zombie immediately after being bitten, but still, they're a troublesome enemy. If these guys are in that state, then it's like dealing with a special forces unit turned into zombies, similar to the ghouls of the bloodline, yet slightly different. Recalling the memories from stage 5, I made a thoughtful noise and came to a conclusion. I need to see for myself. I needed to examine the state of these zombified demons to formulate a battle strategy for this fight. I immediately issued an order. Lucas, summon all the heroes. Lucas rushed in right away at my call. I gave him the next command. Select personnel to go into the dungeon for direct exploration. I explained the opponent in this stage to the assembled heroes. Having faced all kinds of monsters so far, none of them were surprised by the mention of zombie demons. Hey, isn't everyone a bit too nonchalant? Have they all become too seasoned? I was slightly disappointed, even though it's a zombie and demon combo, a staple of horror movies. I expected at least one person to scream, "Eek!" or "Ah! Ah, Lily? I miss your early days." Pardon? What do you mean? Lily was already going through paperwork, listing water-type artifacts that could be effective against zombies and demons. Her mental fortitude had become too strong, possibly due to motherhood. Ahem, anyway, clearing my throat to draw attention, I continued. This exploration isn't about engaging in full combat. I just want to personally observe the state of these zombie demons to make an informed judgment. I nodded at the focused gazes. So, we're not planning to fight seriously. Then, like the previously dispatched reconnaissance team, this team will also be for reconnaissance. Just a deeper look. I briefly explained the characteristics of demons and zombies to the heroes. High stats, contagious bite. To scout a place swarming with such enemies deeply, we'll need the fastest members of the World Guardian Front to do it. Speed was crucial. They had to scout quickly and retreat just as fast. That was the concept for this reconnaissance mission. So, I'm going to select the fastest among you. As I looked around, pow! Everyone raised their hands simultaneously. What, do all of you think you're the fastest? As you may know, Ash. For Dandy smiled confidently, placing a hand on her chest. As an elf, we don't lag behind any race in terms of speed. Oh. And as you know, I'm an assassin. I'm the fastest here on this front. For Dandy tilted her nose up proudly. I couldn't help but smile. After her sister Skuld's death, it had been rare to see Verdandy's bright face. Then Kelly Bay interrupted loudly. As you know, Ash. Yes? In underground tunnels, us dwarves are faster than any other race. Ha! And since the Lake Kingdom dungeon is underground, like a tunnel, dwarves will be faster than elves. Immediately, Verdandy and Kelly Bay started a staring contest. Classic elf versus dwarf rivalry. Oh, Kelly Bay also had a much brighter face now, so I felt a bit more relieved. But there was no time for admiration. The other heroes also stepped forward to appeal their speed. Captain, include me. Kualin, who had shed all his wolf fur and completely turned human, jumped out. I've never lost a short-distance race since I was young. What about long distance? You're hitting a sore spot. Ugh. Kualin shrunk instantly. With a stamina stat of 5, he couldn't be strong in long-distance running. He's definitely fast in short distances, though. Next, the Ivory Tower Master, Diarmuiden, subtly made his case. I'm old, but... Yes. But I'm very spry for my age, no? Yes. More importantly, I can fly. Really fast. The old mage fluttered his robe proudly. Right, he's a flying elder, and he can provide mass flight for allies. He fits perfectly with this reconnaissance mission concept. After giving him some extra points, I looked at the remaining heroes. Let's see. Torkel. Our frontline's top tanker rolled his eyes inside his helmet. After a moment, Torkel cautiously said, If I put my mind to it, I can be quite fast? Mister, where's your conscience? There's a mirror over there. Go check your size. Ugh. Torkel retreated dejectedly. Your strength isn't in speed but other areas. Don't let competitive spirit flare up in the wrong place. Other heroes also stepped forward one by one to showcase their speed. Meanwhile, the Gamblers Club members didn't even bother, remaining uninterested. I appreciate their consistency. After hearing everyone out, I looked at the still quiet main party. Why aren't you guys saying anything? Startled, Junior pointed at herself. We just assumed we'd all be going.
No.
Only 5 out of everyone here will go. There's no need for a large group on a reconnaissance mission. We need to keep it minimal, hence picking the fastest ones. Junior, flustered, quickly thought and said, Well, I'm quick with magical calculations. Stay. Drat. Beside her, Damien, racking his brain, eventually brightened up and shouted, Your Highness, my bullets are fast. Out. Ah. I looked at the remaining 2 main party members. Lucas, Evangeline. Any points you want to highlight? Lucas, with his hands behind his back, smiled leisurely. Do I need to? You know best how fast and useful I am, don't you, my lord? Evangeline, munching on snacks she had brought, said, I'm looking forward to it not taking me along and regretting it in the field. Seeing your face, senior. Ugh. Annoying, this knight duo. But they were right. I had already planned to take them from the beginning. Thus, our reconnaissance team was formed. Me, Verdandy, Diarmuiden, Lucas, Evangeline. I appreciated everyone's enthusiasm, but I didn't want anyone bitten by zombies and left with beautiful memories, plus scars. So I chose the genuinely fastest ones. With Diarmuiden, we can handle various situations. Verdandy can move stealthily, and the knight duo can bulldoze through if needed. This was an excellent combination. Then it suddenly hit me. Wait, isn't the slowest one in this party? Isn't it me? Am I dragging down the average speed of this fastest party? Well, of course, my average speed might be slower compared to them. But if I go all out as the prince, I have several means of transportation. I was convincing myself when, oh my, look at the time. The nanny has something to do today, so I have to pick up Sid. Lily, realizing it was late in the evening, started operating the magic devices attached to her wheelchair in a hurry. All right, I'll prepare the water-type artifacts for the next defense battle. I'm leaving now, Your Highness. I quickly nodded. Yes, go pick up Sid quickly. Thank you. As soon as I gave permission, whoosh, magic flames flashed behind Lily's wheelchair, and the next moment, she sped out of the reception room at a frightening speed. See you all tomorrow. She glided down the corridor and dashed out of the manor in the blink of an eye. We all watched, mouths agape, as Lily's wheelchair zoomed away through the window. I muttered in disbelief. Isn't she the fastest one here? With drifts and boosts on her wheelchair. Strong, Mom. The next day, our reconnaissance team, composed of the fastest heroes, entered the Lake Kingdom dungeon. And we immediately realized one overlooked factor. Holy cow, zombie apocalypse? Dear God dash. Running through the darkened city, I screamed. These bastards, by attacking and infecting other monster hordes. I shuddered and looked back. Their numbers increased dash. Their Grarer, Grayerar, various monster hordes, all zombified and mutilated, were madly chasing us. The zombified demonic guard corps attacked and infected other monster hordes, which then attacked and infected more hordes. Most of the monster hordes in the Lake Kingdom had turned into zombies. Their numbers had swelled far beyond what the reconnaissance team reported just a day before. Sure. Finally, someone among us couldn't hold it in any longer and screamed. "Nu!" It was Dr. Muden. As the old mage's frail scream echoed, the zombies filled the alleys and streets of the Lake Kingdom, endlessly chasing us. Chapter 730. There's a genre called zombie fiction. It refers to works that primarily focus on zombie apocalypses. Because zombies are such a versatile element, the genre has developed in many different directions. There are novels that deal with the cause and solution of zombie outbreaks, dramas that explore the changes in society after a zombie outbreak, and straightforward action games where you simply hack, shoot, and kill zombies. The genre's development has been very diverse, and among these, the one I dislike the most is the latter. I mean, what's so fun about mindlessly killing zombies? Zombies should be more threatening, scarier, and make you anxious about getting infected. But when you encounter them in reality, I shouted, you realize that smashing them in action is the best thing ever. In front of me, the night duo was literally plowing through the field of zombies like tanks. Swish, slash, slash. Lucas was alternating between the bestowed sword and Excalibur, slicing through the zombies mercilessly. The bestowed sword extended its length to sweep through mid-range enemies like a whip, while Excalibur, in his other hand, decapitated any zombies that made it past the whip's reach. Moreover, Excalibur was a holy sword imbued with divine power. It was highly effective against impure beings like zombies. Lucas, a veritable zombie blender, was cutting down all zombies within his range. Take that, and that. Beside him, Evangeline was charging forward like a runaway train. Evangeline's usual weapons, the cross-family spear and cross-family shield, were still being repaired, so she brought temporary equipment. The shield sword made from Gon Va Bung, which we defeated in Stage 44. To say it was made is an overstatement. It was looted immediately after defeating them. The shield sword could transform from a giant fish scale-shaped shield to a long sword resembling a bird's beak. Using this, Evangeline pushed the zombies in front of her into mush with the shield, then transformed it into a long sword to slice through the surrounding zombies before transforming it back into a shield. She wielded it with skill. I told you before, right? I mostly use spears, but I can handle swords pretty well too. Evangeline shouted confidently as a zombie monster lunged at her. It had slipped through when she was transforming her weapon. Whoa! Before Evangeline could react, swish! Lucas's bestowed sword decapitated the zombie monster. Normally, he would tease her with a "aren't you paying attention?" But Lucas just glanced at her and kept running. Tisk! Evangeline gritted her teeth and sped up to catch up with Lucas. Watching these youngsters, I chuckled. Hee hee. It's nice to see you two still bickering and getting along. But your prince is getting tired. It's already been 10 minutes since we started sprinting. I've used my magic and equipment to overcome my poor stamina, But this is getting exhausting. How can you increase the pace now? I couldn't afford to slow down. Even a slight decrease in speed would let the zombies catch up. I checked on the others. Swish, swish. While we ran along the main street, Verdandi was following agilely over fences and collapsed buildings. The area was teeming with zombies, and some particularly dangerous ones were among them. Verdandi was picking off these threats with her bow and the combination of teleporting daggers. I Sagum. Excellent. And finally, at the rear of the party, "Nu! Stay away!" Diarmutin was screaming sharply while breathing fire. Roar! The massive horde of zombies chasing us was getting roasted. The mindless monsters kept coming after us, regardless of their burning bodies, until the cumulative fire damage reduced them to ashes. As expected of a mage. Amazing. I'm glad I brought him. He's racking up a kill count in the double digits. Though Diarmutin's screams were becoming strangely adorable, his efficiency was unmatched. However, our charge was becoming increasingly difficult. As we ventured deeper into the Lake Kingdom dungeon, the number of zombies clogging the main street increased, and their strength grew as well. These weren't ordinary zombies. They were originally strong monsters that had been resurrected in a zombie state. They couldn't use their special abilities, but their physical stats had become even stronger. Cutting our way through was becoming increasingly challenging. Master, at this rate, there's no end to this. Lucas, who was leading the way, shouted. Even I could see that zombies, who used to die with one strike from the bestowed sword, were now enduring 2 or 3 hits. It was becoming hard to break through with just our 5-member team. In that case, I turned around and shouted, Diarmutin. Diarmutin looked at me with hope. I nodded. Let's take off. You should have ordered that sooner. Dropping the flames, Diarmutin spread the hem of his robe wide. Whoosh! Black feathered wings unfurled from his robe, and the flight spell was cast on all of us. Defying gravity, the 5 of us floated into the sky and flew towards the deepest part of the dungeon. The zombies left on the ground watched us, their bodies still sizzling in the lingering flames. Currently, our forces had occupied up to Zone 9 of the Lake Kingdom dungeon. So the zombies were concentrated in Zone 10. The problem was that Zone 10 was the largest single area. Well, it used to be the area where the royalty lived. The royal castle and various facilities for the royalty were located here, all of which had been transformed into dungeons. There were no fewer than 30 dungeons in Zone 10 alone. Most of these places had been overrun by zombies, who had bitten each other, turning all into zombie monsters. Grr, grr. The already hideous monsters had been topped with the zombie transformation, making them a grotesque sight. Zombie monsters leaning against each other groaned as they stumbled around Zone 10. We floated in the air, courtesy of Diarmutin's flight spell, and entered the depths of Zone 10, observing the zombie horde below. Evangeline, sweating, asked, "There's no way all these guys will be released to the surface, right?" Smiling, I waved my hand dismissively. "Come on, don't be silly. There's no way." Quickly shut my mouth. Experience had taught me that no-way scenarios often come true. Actually, it's stranger for these guys to stay put here. If the door opens, they'll all come out, just like in all those damn defense games. My complexion turned pale. The other heroes watching me also turned pale. Diarmutin, wrapping his arms around his shoulders and shivering, screamed, "Prince Ash, what are you going to do? Hurry up and come up with a plan." "Hold on. We're out here scouting to come up with a plan. Of course, we've barely touched the ground since entering Zone 10. Master!" At that moment, Lucas, who had been scanning the area, gestured. "Over there, at the outer edge opposite our entry point, the monsters are moving strangely." Looking in the direction Lucas pointed, I saw it too. Most of the zombified monsters were either idling or giving up trying to reach us in the sky. But the ones at the outer edge were rushing towards a specific point like a vortex. "Is there something there? Shall we check it out, Master?" "Let's do that. Diarmutin, please fly us over there." "Don't talk so lightly." Long-duration flight spells are very taxing. Diarmuiden grumbled but still lifted us up and directed us towards the spot. A ruined tower nearby provided a vantage point, and we descended to observe below. And there, hold them off. Build the barricade. Don't let them in. Inside a collapsed cathedral-like structure, surviving monsters were desperately setting up barriers and preparing for battle. Grr, grr. Zombie hordes were converging on them from all directions. Wow! This looks like a scene straight out of a zombie movie. I observed closely. The resisting monsters had red skin and human-like features. Surprisingly, they were demons, mostly children and the elderly, not soldiers. Demon society categorizes roles by age. I explained to my subordinates, trying to grasp the situation. Children are trained as future soldiers. Adults fight in the battlefield, and the elderly dedicate themselves to supporting them. The category of demons is quite broad. Succubi and imps fall under it too. But the common demons we were facing in this stage were the ones with red skin and human-like appearances. These demons invade dimensions as legions, aiming to subjugate them. Legions sent to a dimension establish a foothold, start families, and pass on the fight to their offspring. As I explained, children are trained, adults fight, and the elderly support them. What? So the elderly do the most menial tasks and suffer the most? Diarmuiden shouted, oddly furious at an unexpected point. But I nodded as it was true. Indeed, children are considered the most precious, and the elderly are used as expendable assets if needed. These demon bastards, they'll be punished by heaven. Well, they are demons, so... Anyway, the main adult forces have all turned into zombies. I observed the situation and continued. It looks like the children and elderly left in the settlement are making a final stand. Thud, crack, crunch. The barricades blocking the cathedral entrance were constantly being smashed. The zombies swarming around the cathedral quickly broke through the barricades, thrusting their arms and jaws through broken windows and walls. The powerful bodies of the monsters had become even stronger as zombies, tearing down the cathedral's thin walls in no time. New! Oh, great observers! Save us! Dark Lord! Where are you? Dark Lord! You need to protect us! The trembling young and old demons screamed for salvation. But neither the observers nor the Dark Lord came to their aid. Only a few humans, us, were watching. After a brief contemplation, I spoke. We're saving them. What? Everyone was taken aback by my words, and Lucas immediately protested. No, Master. What are you saying? They are monsters. And demons at that. They are our enemies. I know. I drew the ceremonial longsword Light and Shadow from my waist and assembled it into a flagpole. Flash. A flag made of magic fluttered on the empty pole. They are also the monster legion we will face in the upcoming defense battle. I smiled at my subordinates. So, wouldn't they be useful? Without waiting for an answer, I leaped down with the flag. Chapter 731. Lake Kingdom, District 10. Abandoned Cathedral. Built by the indigenous faith of this nation, which perished 500 years ago, the site was vast but not occupied by any monster army. This was because the place exuded an eerie aura that repelled monsters. Thus, while various monsters occupied different parts of the Lake Kingdom over the years, this place remained in ruins. However, the demon survivors had no choice but to flee here now. A zombie plague had spread among the monsters, and the infected monsters killed each other, further spreading the plague. Normally, infighting among monsters was common, something to ignore regardless of whether they killed each other. But with the Demon Guard Legion annihilated and even leading the zombie outbreak, it couldn't be ignored. The zombified Demon Guard Legion couldn't recognize their kin and attacked the demon colonies, causing devastating damage in the first assault. The few survivors managed to flee here, to the abandoned cathedral, now sensing their imminent end. Bang! Crash! Creak! The barricade, reinforced with magic, bent and broke like straw. The stained glass windows of the cathedral shattered as zombie monsters' arms reached inside.
GRRRR.
Grrr. The zombie's jaws snapped at the air, ready to bite anything alive, regardless if it was a monster. Thick saliva dripped onto the floor. Ah! It's over. We're finished. The demon children huddled in the center of the cathedral, trembling and hugging each other. The demon elders, who stood around them, shuddered as they prepared to sacrifice themselves. When the last barricade broke and the zombie monsters rushed in, they would throw their lives to protect the children. Where is Lord Cromwell? Who caused this plague in the first place? Why isn't the Demon King saving us? We are his direct subordinates. Listening to the terrified screams of his kin, the oldest demon among the survivors, called the Elder within the Legion, kept silent. They all knew Cromwell was dead, that the Demon King had turned her into a zombie to raise her from death, and that to the Demon King, they were mere pawns to be used and discarded. Is this the end? Zombies were squeezing through the gap in the completely collapsed entrance barricade. Sensing the end, the Elder slowly lowered his arms and let out a long breath. It had been a long time since he followed Legion Commander Cromwell out of their homeland to this place. And during that long time, what have I done? He couldn't tell what he had accomplished. Was this the meaningless end of a tenaciously continued life? If my life was to disappear so futilely, then rather what? As he wondered at his own thoughts and blinked. He saw something falling through the broken ceiling of the cathedral. At first, he thought it was a zombie monster breaking in through the roof, but no, it was a much more dangerous presence. Flapping a banner made of magic, the top commander of the human side, the most dangerous enemy among the monsters, Ash-born hater Everblack, lightly descended and landed. Seeing Ash right in front of him, the Elder stiffened in shock and surprise, and the other demons, not fully understanding who this was, shouted, "What is it? A human? How did they get here? They're here to kill us." The demons were flustered, seeing the human suddenly appear in their midst. Moreover, the human wasn't alone. Thud, thud. A blonde male knight, a platinum blonde female knight, a green-haired assassin, and a white-haired mage followed, surrounding Ash. Zombies outside, humans inside. The demon survivors, besieged on both sides, panicked. Seeing the terrified demons, a long smile formed on Ash's lips. Greetings, invader candidates and retired invaders. Seeing that smile, the Elder thought, do you want to live? For some reason, this human smile seemed, if you say yes, I'll help you. More ruthless than themselves. Come on, say it. Spreading his arms wide, his golden eyes gleaming, the unexpected savior from the sky said this. Say you want to live. Observing the panicked demons, I smiled broadly. The monsters covering this lake kingdom were mostly shadows extracted from nightmares by the Demon King. But these red-skinned demons were different. As previously explained, they are invaders from another dimension, attacking this world to make it their own. In rough terms, they're an alien race. So they can reproduce, unlike the monsters revived from nightmares. So, in other words, they don't have the instinctive and blind hatred toward humans that the revived nightmare monsters do. In short, there's room for negotiation. Better to show than tell 100 times. I lightly tapped the floor with the flagpole. Then, whoosh, a wall of magic rose, quickly encircling the abandoned cathedral. Over the barely intact main barricade, over the shattered stained glass windows, gray magic formed a wall, instantly fortifying the abandoned cathedral. This should buy us some time for now. The deafening roars of the zombie monsters outside fell silent. Not to brag, but my walls are pretty sturdy. Actually, that is bragging. The demon survivors didn't know whether to be happy about the immediate safety from the zombie threat or wary of the humans in front of them. It's not complicated. I folded my arms and gestured outside with my chin. Those zombies are my enemies, and those zombies are also your enemies. This gives us a reason to cooperate. I'll help you until all those zombies are gone. I'll fortify this place so you can hold out safely and bring you any supplies you need. How about it? An elder demon, who seemed the oldest among the survivors, stepped forward. He quieted his kin and bowed respectfully to me. Thank you for your offer. However, may we have a moment to discuss? As you wish, just not too long. Accepting the proposal of someone who was an enemy just moments ago might be a bit much. I nodded, and the surviving demons, now down to a few hundred individuals, began a heated discussion. As I turned away, my subordinates, who had been waiting, urgently questioned me. Ash, are you really going to help these monsters? Verdandi asked. I nodded. They're a decent alliance to reduce the number of zombies. But the benefits for us are considerable. I spoke frankly. To put it bluntly, we can use them as disposable pawns to fight the zombies for us. To put it more gently, we can say our interests align. They want to live, and we need to reduce the number of zombies. If we have a force here in the origin of the zombie outbreak to draw in zombies and bear the brunt of their attacks, reducing their numbers, it could greatly reduce the number of zombies pouring into the subsequent defense battles. In short, they'll act as our forward base. The forward base we originally used by the Black Lake was completely destroyed by Nightbringer, making it impossible to restore realistically by the final battle. Time is too short. We can't even think of restoring the south wall of Crossroad right now, so how could we restore the forward base? In this situation, if we can deploy an allied force in District 10 of Lake Kingdom, not only in this stage but maybe even up to the final battle, it could be useful. And besides, we can gather intel on the demon's weaknesses and on Cromwell. Though the zombie crisis complicates things, and the situation is chaotic, ultimately, the boss monster we have to deal with this time is the Demon Guard Legion Commander Cromwell. These demons belong to the same legion as Cromwell, so we can also gather information. And most importantly, I added, there's something I personally need to test. My words puzzled everyone. Test. Yeah. I smiled bitterly. A test necessary for me to achieve the ending I desire. The demon survivors accepted my proposal. They had no choice. Either they joined hands with me or became zombies here. It seemed they didn't want to die. Great. So, who's the leader here? An elder demon, the one who had talked to me before, stepped forward. He introduced himself. It's me. They call me Elder. Quick introductions, good. You're perceptive, Elder. I received the representative position of these survivors from the Elder. The Elder hesitated, but it was a situation where they were already riding a tiger. He meekly handed over the representative position as I requested. I delegate the representative authority of our Cromwell Legion survivors. To you, Ash. Great. I nodded and adjusted the Imperial Seal Ring. Imperial Seal Ring, EX, can gather the will of the organization's members you represent and manifest it as power. This was why I asked for the representative position. I, as the temporary ally of the Cromwell Legion survivors, representing their will, wish for this. The ring, which had no design before, now bore the symbol of red antlers. This seemed to be the emblem of the Cromwell Legion. That this abandoned cathedral will not fall to the monster horde. Flash. The Imperial Seal Ring activated, and red energy surged from the survivors' chests, intertwining like long vines, encircling the cathedral. This embodies your will to survive. This it's magic. I explained to the astonished survivors. As long as your will remains strong, the zombies won't easily enter this area. My wall will also hold for a while. But ultimately, surviving is up to you. 2 weeks remain until stage 45 begins. Can be an eternity or a moment, depending on how you view it. Whether this cathedral will hold until then or fall to the zombies before that, I don't know. However, if they fight tenaciously to survive and it benefits my world, I will continue to support them. Such a simple alliance. We'll fortify and turn this cathedral into a forward base. I told my subordinates, bring in defensive equipment, and if supplies are needed, provide them. Are you really planning to build a small fortress inside the dungeon? Using monsters to fight other monsters? Consider it a special operation for a special situation. Now, conduct a supply check. My subordinates looked unhappy, but they still checked the supplies and equipment needed to fortify the cathedral. Hold on tight, Elder. Still looking conflicted about joining hands with humans to survive, the Elder gave me a complicated expression. I grinned at him. I'll come to help again. Thus, I established a forward base in the heart of enemy territory and gained a fighting force. The results of this impulsive little investment will reveal themselves in time. Whether it's a colossal failure or, who knows? I might look back and call it a masterstroke. Chapter 732. Thus, we had our tasks set for the next 2 weeks until the next defense battle began. We fortified the defenses at the Crossroad main castle, while pouring all excess resources and effort into the dungeon in District 10, the abandoned cathedral. This place would effectively serve as our forward base. Initially, we transported supplies physically using Dr. Mutant's flight magic, but eventually we just set up a teleport gate. Of course, access through this teleport gate had to be rigorously checked and secured. After all, it was connected to enemy territory. Groar. Zombies kept pouring into the cathedral. More coming through the main entrance. Activate the artifacts sequentially. The east window is broken. Prioritize repairs. Thanks to the various defensive artifacts meticulously installed, the magic walls I regularly reinforced, and the efforts of the survivors, dangerous moments that were frequent at first gradually diminished as we became more adept. Indeed, by observing the battle here, I was also able to study the behavior of the zombie monsters. Zombie monsters were practically brainless and charged straightforwardly at living beings. One might wonder how they differed from regular monsters, but the key difference was that they didn't fall even when their bodies were damaged. A regular monster would become incapacitated if it lost a limb or had a hole punched through its body. But in their zombie state, they didn't. Losing a limb was trivial, and they would even crawl using their arms if they lost their lower half. They even keep moving for a while after their heads are blown off. So, for the survivors, the best strategy was to avoid direct confrontation and block them with sturdy walls. After all, zombies swarmed endlessly around the cathedral. Killing them only brought the next wave. Thus, the tactic was to block them with a strong wall, letting the accumulated zombies get stuck and unable to move, only cleaning up those desperately trying to break in. While this couldn't be done indefinitely, it was manageable for the 2 weeks we had. So I proposed this strategy, and the older demons followed my lead without complaint. They knew their best chance of survival lay in accepting my help. The younger demons, however, were a problem. Human, who are you to keep ordering us around? We can handle the zombies on our own. When Lord Cromwell returns, you and your kind will be wiped out with humanity. Oh, these precious brats. As previously mentioned, the demon race treasures their children and treats their elders harshly. As a result, these kids were all spoiled and undisciplined, having been pampered excessively. Hey, you old guys, what are you doing? Have you no pride? Kick these humans out now. And I'm hungry. Cook us some food. Quick. Bring back the toys we left in our colony. Right now. As soon as things got a bit better, they started whining and throwing tantrums. Still, I tried to ignore them, thinking it was part of their culture. You insolent, wretched brats. Dr. Mutant couldn't hold back and snapped. I'll teach you the proper respect, you ill-mannered demon children. I always suspected he had a lot of traditional sternness in him, but Dr. Mutant seemed to embody a strong Korean spirit. Dr. Mutant, who had taught countless precious children in his ivory tower, activated his formidable etiquette enforcement mode, personally disciplining and training the rude demon kids with harsh yet caring rigor. A few days later, Grandfather, Grandmother, did you wake up well? Today we will prepare breakfast. Please rest comfortably. We'll massage your shoulders and legs while you eat. They had all transformed into respectful and considerate children, embodying courtesy and virtue. Is this really okay? The demons must have their own methods of discipline and cultural patterns based on their life cycle. Is it right to change that arbitrarily? Regardless of my concerns, Dr. Mutin was immensely satisfied with the transformed children. Ah, how pleasant. He stroked his beard with a contented expression, as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. The children, too, respectfully addressed Dr. Mutin. We're glad to see you're comfortable, teacher. Please continue to guide and correct our faults. So, teacher, can we have a bit more of that candy as a reward? Well, whatever. This is now the forward base of the land of courtesy, you brats. Having some spare time, I scouted the area from the rooftop. The elder, who seemed uncomfortable receiving massages from the children, spoke. There are still other monster armies that haven't been infected by the zombies. I'll try to ally with them. Do you think they'll listen to you? Isn't it better to join forces and hold out together against the zombie waves, rather than getting swallowed up? Just like how we joined hands with you. The elder chuckled as he watched the children enthusiastically massaging his neck and shoulders. Before this crisis, I was just waiting to die, but being alive, I can see many things I couldn't before. True, Dr. Mutin agreed. You have to live first, endure tirelessly, and then think about what else you might see. Listening to the two elders, I silently reinforced the magic wall. Time was passing. Crossroad, city center. Today, Evangeline had come to the food district to order lunch for the melee units training. She stopped at the entrance of a restaurant, feeling awkward. Oh, ah. She had run into the waiter who had once confessed his feelings to her. A severely awkward silence ensued. Since that day, Evangeline had avoided coming to this cafeteria, making this their first meeting since the incident. Awkward as she was, Evangeline decided to go into the restaurant anyway. After all, the food was good. I'd like to order lunchboxes for 20 people. Can you deliver them by lunchtime to the barracks? Oh, yes, of course. Absolutely. Right this way. The waiter took the order and relayed it to the kitchen. All right, your order has been placed, and it will be delivered by noon. Okay. Then, awkwardly exchanging pleasantries, Evangeline quickly tried to leave before the atmosphere got even weirder. At that moment, about that day, I'm sorry. The waiter bowed deeply, apologizing. Evangeline was even more flustered. Huh? No, there's no need to apologize. I got scolded a lot after that. They told me how much of a nuisance a sudden confession can be, that I should think of the other person's feelings, not just mine. The waiter even teared up a bit. You told me to think it over that day, but I know you were being considerate. You could have just rejected me outright, but you were kind to me. Evangeline smiled wryly and waved her hand dismissively. It's all right. It wasn't a big deal. It made me reflect on my own feelings, too. The waiter, looking at Evangeline in a daze, cautiously asked, Miss Evangeline. Yes. I know it's weird to ask this, but can I keep liking you? Haha. Do you need permission for that? Instead of answering directly, Evangeline turned her gaze southward. This city no longer has proper walls. The waiter looked south as well, where the wall, desperately being restored but still in shambles from Nightbringer's attack, could be seen. The next invading monsters are a horde of zombies. If they break through, you might end up becoming one of those horrifying creatures yourself. I appreciate your feelings for me, but let me give you some honest advice. Evangeline spoke sternly. If you're staying in this city just because of me, then forget it and leave, before you get hurt or lose your life. It's fine. But the waiter smiled nonchalantly. If I were going to run away out of fear for my life or the monsters, I would have left a long time ago. So, don't worry too much about someone like me. And if you finish this battle well, please come to eat again. The waiter hastily packed some snacks and handed them to Evangeline. And this is on the house. Good luck with your training today and the upcoming defense battle. Waving and bowing energetically, the waiter bid her farewell. Evangeline left the food district. Munching on one of the snacks the waiter had given her, Evangeline muttered to herself, "This restaurant does have really good food." Human emotions are so complex that even clear kindness from others can be difficult to handle. Not to mention one's own feelings, which are even harder to understand. Crunch! Evangeline popped another snack into her mouth instead of sighing. Corner of the barracks. Closed training grounds. This training ground, which had been half destroyed by Nightbringer's breath attack, was now unused, but one person was diligently swinging a sword there. Ha! It was Hecate. Sweating profusely with her broken body, she desperately tried to maintain her sword form. Clang! Eventually, she dropped the sword. Damn it! Gripping her trembling right arm with her left, she panted heavily. What am I supposed to do now? In a world like this, what can I even do? Hecate, overwhelmed with frustration, leaned her head against a training dummy. From a distance, hidden behind a pillar, Lucas watched her silently. Lucas, who had been observing with a blank expression, turned his gaze. At the opposite entrance to the training ground, Junior stood, also looking conflicted. Taking a deep breath, Lucas stepped away from the pillar and turned around. Their intertwined feelings had not yet reached any resolution as time passed. Southern wall under restoration. Chain was idly perched here again today. Chain. Heavy footsteps echoed. He turned to see Torkel. Torkel, who had approached, gestured southward with his chin. The next defense battle is soon. It's one of those large-scale monster offensives that come every 5 battles. The battlefield will be fierce again soon. Will you continue to stay here? He wasn't asking if Chain would keep sitting on the wall aimlessly. He was asking if Chain would stay in Crossroad indefinitely. Unable to answer, Chain remained silent. Torkel asked again, "Have you sent a letter to your wife?" "A letter? If you're afraid to visit directly, how about contacting her to let her know you're alive?" Torkel explained awkwardly. "I gathered the courage to write to my home island after a long time of no contact. Now we're in touch again. Once this battle is over, I plan to visit." Chain, still silent, sighed deeply. "Courage, huh? I never thought contacting my wife would require more courage than facing monsters. That it would be more terrifying." Torkel nodded. "But you can't hesitate forever, can you?" Chain closed his eyes tightly and then opened them to look at Torkel. "Torkel. Yes. I have a favor to ask. I'm not good with letters. Can you write it for me?" A bashful smile appeared under Torkel's helmet. "My handwriting is pretty crude. As long as it's legible, it's still better than mine, right? All right, let's go." Torkel gestured toward the temple. "I'll do my best to write it beautifully. It's not just the writing. Make the words sound nice too. You know I'm not good at that either." "You're asking for skills I don't have either." Torkel supported Chain, who was on crutches, and they slowly made their way to the temple. The two men limped along side by side. Time was passing. Chapter 733. Open field near the temple. "I brought lunch, Father." Hannibal lifted a basket with a bright smile. "With another big battle coming up in a few days, we need to make sure to get proper nutrition. Come, let's eat together." "Well, thank you for bringing lunch, but..." Zenith was sweating nervously, glancing around. "Why is High Priestess Rosetta here?" Likewise, Rosetta, who had also been dragged out by Hannibal, looked flustered. Hannibal, who had brought both of them together, simply tilted his head innocently with a carefree smile. "Isn't it nice to eat together? Don't you think so?" Yeah, it is, but..." Quietly sweating, Rosetta nudged Zenith in the side. Startled, Zenith turned to look at her, and Rosetta whispered under her breath, "Why is he doing this?" "I have no idea, sister." Hannibal had recently been making frequent attempts to bring Zenith and Rosetta together. Both Zenith and Rosetta were bewildered, but telling Hannibal to stop felt weird and seemed to make them more conscious of each other. So they just let it be. But how long were they supposed to let this go on? So, Zenith. Rosetta called out to Zenith and then frowned. By the way, changing your name from Zenith to Zenith, it's just a cover-up, isn't it? Zenith looked sheepish. After his fake funeral, he had tried to take on a completely new name, but it didn't work out, so he had changed it by just one letter as a stopgap measure. The pronunciation is slightly different. Whatever. Anyway, Zenith. Rosetta spoke seriously, and Zenith straightened up. Yes, sister. We're facing zombies in the upcoming battle, right? Yes. Holy power is the most effective against the undead. So most of the priests will be on the front lines this time. Zenith swallowed hard at Rosetta's words. Many may get hurt or die. Even though you've already experienced a symbolic death as a priest, I'm asking you, protect the temple members as much as you can. I know you can do it. Since his fake funeral, Zenith had fought as an independent mercenary. Sometimes he cooperated with Rosetta on missions, but he kept his distance from the priests, thinking it was the right thing to do. However, Zenith had also learned something while rolling around in death on this front. You have to stay alive to discuss what's right. I will, sister. Zenith nodded readily. Trust me. I'll make sure all those zombies are sent back to the goddess in accordance with the natural order. Rosetta looked at her boastful younger brother with a complicated expression. All right, enough of the heavy talk. Hannibal jumped in between them. If necessary, I'll summon the Spirit King to protect everyone. So don't worry too much about the upcoming battle. Hannibal placed sandwiches in Rosetta and Zenith's mouths. Let's just enjoy our meal now. Both of them chewed on their sandwiches, pondering. Why on earth is Hannibal doing this? Aryan Kingdom's military camp. Yoon lay on a bed with a much improved complexion, but she still hadn't regained consciousness. Kuolin, who visited her every day, was once again sitting beside her, quietly gazing at her face. Once this next battle is over. After a long silence, Kuolin spoke. And the next one after that. Once the war against the monsters is finally over. Kuolin reached out and gently stroked Yun's pale cheek. Will I be able to face you when you wake up, Yun? There was no answer. Kuolin continued to stare blankly at the still sleeping Yun. Evening. Lord's Mansion. I was reading reports on the defense preparations for both the Crossroad main castle and the forward base in the dungeon. Then there was a knock at the door. I spoke without much thought. Come in. The door opened quietly, and light footsteps approached me. I glanced up, expecting to see Lucas or another companion, and jumped up in surprise. Whoa, Serenade? It was none other than Serenade, the head of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild, who had entered, holding a tray with a teapot and a plate of cookies. Serenade approached with an awkward smile. I haven't seen you much lately, so I came to visit. Am I interrupting your work?
No.
Not at all. Come over here. I placed the tray on the table and seated Serenade on the guest sofa, then sat on the opposite sofa. Serenade, however, stood up from the guest sofa and moved to sit next to me. Gasp! With a playful smile, Serenade narrowed her silver eyes and grinned. I heard you've been extremely busy preparing for the next defense battle. I thought it would be nice for you to take a short break. I brought tea and cookies for you. Thanks. Serenade poured tea into a cup and handed it to me. Feeling strangely shy, I avoided her gaze as I accepted the cup. Come on. When will I stop acting like a clueless rookie? Even after merging with the true Ash, I still haven't improved in this area. Despite absorbing all of his experiences, I'm still just a fool in front of my first love. Ahem. Have you prepared for the evacuation? I tried to regain my composure, sipping tea as I asked Serenade. The next battle would be against the zombified demons, a boss stage. While it should be objectively easier than fighting the Nightbringer, the state of Crossroads' defenses was so poor that letting our guard down could be disastrous. This was a boss stage leading up to the final boss fight. It was not going to be easy. So, as always, we were prioritizing the evacuation of civilians. Given the state of the walls and the risk of infection, civilian casualties could be severe in this stage. Yes, the entire guild is ready to move, and I'll be leaving tomorrow. Thanks for always doing this. Haha, it's part of being a merchant. We always need to be on the move to find good products. It's not a hardship, but a joy. The confident look Serenade gave me made me blush. She seemed so proud, as if she had just secured a great deal. Stop looking at me like that. Speaking of which, it seems like a lot of people in Crossroad are caught up in complicated romantic entanglements these days. Escaping from my own romantic troubles, I turned the conversation to the others. After explaining the complex love lines forming among our friends, Serenade laughed, covering her mouth. Haha. With so many young people gathered together, it's natural for romantic feelings to bloom. Yeah, but romance doesn't always lead to happy endings. I thought of the heroes who had loved each other here before. Those who died, fell into comas or went missing. On this front line where we constantly face death, romance rarely led to purely happy stories. Your Highness, is there anything in this world that always guarantees a happy ending? But Serenade responded maturely. Whether here on the front lines or anywhere else, failure is more common than success. Is love between people any different? I guess not. Success is nice, but what's wrong with failure? We learn from that pain too. Just as she had advised me to live with all my pieces scattered, Serenade was embracing people's failures from the start. Even if it hurts right now, if they find a path to the next happiness, even thwarted love will have its own value. Is that so? It is. Serenade added, of course, it's best if they fall in love properly from the start and have a smooth relationship without any pain. Haha. Is that from experience? Of course. Thanks to a certain cold and oblivious man. I learned it after much hardship. Cold, oblivious, and an idiot who fumbles around. I quietly reached out and held Serenade's hand. As always, her hand was pleasantly cool. Serenade blushed slightly, bit her lip, and then exhaled as if making a resolution. She looked at me. Excuse me, Your Highness. Yes. I'm no longer satisfied with just holding hands. Yes? Serenade's face turned bright red, and she leaned towards me. Startled, I leaned back, but my back hit the sofa, and I couldn't go any further. Serenade, like a feline predator, licked her lips and gradually closed the distance between us. Eek. Wait. Serenade, let's calm down and talk first. I'm leaving tomorrow and won't see you for a while, and you keep talking about other people's love lives. It's time to seriously consider our progress too. We're moving to the next stage today. Your eyes are scary, Serenade. Calm down. Wait. My desperate screams didn't carry far beyond the office and soon faded away. And time flew by. The next defense battle, Stage 45, was just around the corner. Lake Kingdom Dungeon, Zone 10. Abandoned Cathedral Forward Base. With the magic wall I regularly installed, the wall of will I manifested from the survivors, and various defensive artifacts and fortifications provided by the human side, the abandoned cathedral had already become a formidable fortress. Zombie monsters couldn't even attempt to breach it. Having regained some composure, the Demon Legion contacted other surviving monster legions, sharing defensive resources with them. Now, survivors had set up fortresses throughout Zone 10, where zombie monsters were being destroyed and repelled. One more day, the old demon, the Elder, thought while inspecting the state of the abandoned cathedral. At this rate, we can survive without any issues. Yes, they could survive. But it was then. Elder, we have a big problem. A subordinate guarding the main entrance rushed in. The Elder looked at him, puzzled. What is it? The zombie monsters. Their movements are strange. Strange? How? See for yourself. The Elder hurriedly followed his subordinate and looked outside the main entrance of the abandoned cathedral. And he saw it. The zombie monsters, which had been surrounding the cathedral densely, were now all moving back in a swirling motion. Groar. The countless hills of corpses, which had been standing in disarray, began to shift as if collapsing. It was a chaotic, disorderly movement, but clearly, they were all making way for something. As if someone was commanding these zombies. No way! Rumble. The hills of zombie monsters around the cathedral exploded and crumbled like a landslide. Flesh, bones, and blood flew everywhere. The zombies forced their way, creating a path. And then, thud dash. Through the path of corpses, she appeared. Her ornate masquerade mask clung to her face, and her torn dress was blackened with blood. Her once sensual red-skinned body was now swollen and decayed, turned black and grotesquely enlarged. Her iconic large antlers, which had grown endlessly like branches, were filled with an eerie green energy, connected to the surrounding zombie monsters. Ah! The survivors gasped in unison when they saw her. Lord Cromwell, the Demon Guard Legion commander, and the leader of the zombie monsters. Dash. Cromwell let out a terrifying roar and charged towards the main entrance of the abandoned cathedral. Chapter 734. A long time ago, the demon race highly valued and cherished their children as the future of their kind. When a legion left their home dimension to invade another, the youngest and most talented child was appointed as the future commander of the legion, and the oldest and most experienced elder was named the elder to assist the young commander. Before leaving their homeland, the demon legion sent to this dimension was named the Cromwell Legion, because the young child chosen as the new commander was named Cromwell. She was just a baby, but she was born with massive horns and unparalleled potential. And the elder had taken care of her since before they left their homeland. A prospective commander destined for the throne and an old elder, filled with wisdom but dispensable. The elder was tasked with protecting and educating Cromwell until she matured. He devoted himself to raising Cromwell, fulfilling the last glorious role given to him. And it was natural for young Cromwell to see the elder as her father. Daddy! Every time she called him that, the elder would awkwardly try to correct her. You shouldn't call me that, Your Excellency. We are not father and child. We are the elder and the future commander. I am just a fortunate old man, and you are the future of our legion, brimming with talent and potential. The elder reminded her again and again, but Cromwell would just smile brightly and say, "All right, elder." She changed the title but still acted like a child seeking her parents' affection. The elder accepted Cromwell's affection and taught her everything he could. The royal path, the conquering path, the grand vision of a legion to conquer and rule the world. Time passed. The Cromwell Legion safely arrived in the targeted dimension, and under the elder's guidance, Cromwell grew into a strong and capable leader. The day before the Legion's inaugural ceremony and coronation, "Elder, Your Excellency, I am so proud. There is nothing more I can teach you. Hee. It's because you raised me well, elder." The elder looked up at the now fully grown commander with tears in his eyes and said, "It is time for the final step, Your Excellency. Consume me as your sacrifice." "What?" Cromwell asked in a puzzled voice. She had only intended to seek the elder's affection one last time before she could no longer do so as the commander. "Take me as your sacrifice and consume me completely." The elder, who Cromwell saw as her father, was now saying this. "This is my final joy." "What do you mean?" "This is our race's tradition. The most talented child is chosen as the future commander, and the eldest and most knowledgeable elder is chosen as their mentor. After the commander grows up under the elder's guidance, the commander consumes the elder, inheriting all their knowledge. For demons with the sacrifice ability, this was the most efficient way to pass down knowledge. The youngest and most talented individual, destined to live the longest, would consume the predecessor's knowledge completely, becoming even deeper and wiser through this accumulated knowledge. Repeating this process to create the most ideal legion leader. This was the long-standing tradition of the demon race. "Proceed, Your Excellency. Step over my corpse." The elder knelt before Cromwell and bowed his head. Towards a glorious future. He had been waiting for this moment. In a society where demons were despised just for surviving a long time, this was the final recognition of his value. He would become the sacrifice for the completion of the commander. There could be no greater glory for him. The elder hoped Cromwell would swiftly consume him, but instead, "I refuse, elder." Cromwell declined. The elder, bowing his head to the ground, looked up in shock as Cromwell spoke in an unusually cold voice. "I will not consume you. But, Your Excellency, why should I consume the flesh of an old, tasteless, decayed soul like you?" Cromwell turned her back. The elder, lifting his head, cried out in despair. "You must, Your Excellency. This is our race's tradition. You must consume me and take every bit of knowledge I possess. I don't need such outdated traditions and knowledge. Your Excellency, if that knowledge is necessary, you can continue to advise me by my side." Cromwell's will was resolute. "Live, elder. Live long and watch." The elder's forehead hit the ground. Cromwell declared, "Watch with your own eyes as the commander you raised consumes the entire world. Not just you." He couldn't die again. He couldn't fall gloriously on the battlefield, and he lost the last chance to be consumed by the commander. So he survived. In the powerless state of a retired soldier. What should I do now? In his lingering life, the elder just watched where the Cromwell Legion was heading. They contacted the Doomsday Play broker from a higher dimension who had requested reinforcements in this dimension, the one known as the Demon King. They began their invasion as his subordinates. Cromwell was outstanding. She diligently assisted the Demon King for a long time, preparing for the world's downfall. During this long process, Cromwell gradually stopped seeking the elder. Cromwell was busy, and the elder was tired. Their relationship grew distant. And then, Cromwell died. Caught off guard by the Black Dragon Legion, Cromwell, who was acting as the Demon King's proxy, was chewed to death by the dragon's teeth. Without even retrieving the corpse of the commander, the elder had to lead the surviving Legion members in a desperate retreat. While fleeing and struggling to keep the Legion alive, the elder thought. He had followed Commander Cromwell out of their homeland and arrived in this dimension a long time ago. And during all that time, what have I done? He couldn't tell what he had accomplished. Was this meaningless end the final chapter of his tenaciously continued life? If my life was to disappear so futilely, then rather, present. Inside the abandoned cathedral. Gra-dash. As Cromwell roared and charged, the elder stood frozen, facing her. The sight of her massive corpse. To the elder's eyes, she suddenly appeared as her very young self. "Daddy!" Thud-dash. Cromwell's enormous body collided with the main entrance of the cathedral. The impact was so tremendous that the entire cathedral shook. Inside, the young demon children screamed and hugged each other. Gra! Thud-dash! 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 She repeatedly slammed her body against the door, shaking the entire cathedral as if it would collapse at any moment. But the main entrance of the cathedral didn't budge. Not only was it fortified with Ash's magic walls and the power of the Imperial Seal Ring, but it was also reinforced with multiple layers of various magic and artifacts. No matter how powerful Cromwell was, as a zombified demon, she couldn't use any magical abilities. All she could do was physically break things. And her physical attacks couldn't break through the reinforced main entrance of the cathedral. Gra! But Cromwell, having lost all reason and driven only by the desire to kill the nearest living being, could do nothing but continue to charge. "Don't worry, it won't break," Diarmuiden, who was observing the situation, said. "Unless it's a stronger magical attack, no physical force can bring down this cathedral. So everyone, stay calm." Since the human side had connected this cathedral with a teleport gate, a hero took turns being stationed here. Currently, it was Diarmuiden's turn. The commander herself showed up. "I knew she was zombified, but what's with those antlers?" I need to report to Prince Ash quickly and gather the mages for research. As Diarmuiden thought this, he noticed something strange. The elder, as if in a trance, walked toward the main entrance and slowly reached for the lever to unlock the door. Elder! The other demons stammered as they watched in confusion. Elder, what are you doing? Click. But the elder silently pulled the lever, unlocking one of the locks. Thud. Rumble. All the locks on the main entrance were immediately disengaged. Everyone was shocked. This critical lever was magically bound to the elder's authority since he was the leader of the survivors. And now, the elder was opening the main entrance with his own hands. Elder, what are you doing? Diarmuiden urgently shouted. As a fellow elder, Diarmuiden had formed a bond with the elder over the past few days, often sharing conversations. He believed there was still a chance to persuade him. The locks are in 2 stages. Though the locks were disengaged, the door wasn't fully open, and the defenses weren't entirely deactivated. If the elder stopped now and didn't pull the lever again, the cathedral could still be safe. Get a hold of yourself. What are you trying to do by opening that door? The one outside isn't your commander. It's just a revived corpse. You know that. Diarmuiden. The elder turned to Diarmuiden. As an old man like me, you should understand. The feeling of being alive yet not truly living. What? The feeling that the world is gradually abandoning you, saying you are no longer useful. You know that too. When your body is old, and you're retired from your duties, and you wonder what you've lived your whole life for, what do you do then? If you're alive, Diarmuiden's beard quivered as he spoke. You can do anything. Right now, you might be struggling, not knowing what to do or what you can do. You might be frustrated, feeling the world has abandoned you. But Diarmuiden desperately tried to persuade the elder. If you stay alive, another path will surely appear. Don't give up. We are the youngest we'll ever be today. There's no day faster to start something new than today. So, thank you for the kind words. The elder nodded and gripped the lever tightly. They've given me the courage. See, elder. The courage to do what I've always wanted to do. Come to your senses, you fool. Diarmuiden pointed to the young demon children huddled together, trembling in the middle of the cathedral. Aren't the children of your race behind you? The only child I have. The elder, with a sorrowful smile, tightened his grip on the lever. Is the one standing outside. Diarmuiden, possessing immense magical power, was slow in casting spells and couldn't stop the elder in time. Instead, other surviving demons, who were standing by with crossbows, urgently fired at the elder. Thunk! Thud thud thud! Ugh! Even as he was hit by dozens of arrows and coughed up blood, the elder managed to pull the lever. Click! Rumble! The main entrance of the cathedral slowly began to open. All the locks were disengaged, and the magic walls and the wall of will that Ash had set up split open, creating a path. No! The survivors whispered in shock, their mouths agape. And then, thud, thud, thud. Through the open door, Cromwell, with her enormous antlers held high, slowly entered the cathedral. Her blurry eyes were fixed on the nearest living being, the elder. Your Excellency. The elder, hit by dozens of arrows and coughing up blood, spoke in a weak voice.
No, Cromwell. No.
My daughter. For the first time, he uttered the deepest, most hidden term of endearment he had for her. The elder slowly spread his arms wide. My lifelong regret was not being able to give you everything. RRR. Now, the usually lifeless and dull face of the old demon broke into a radiant smile. Eat. Cromwell slowly approached the elder, stepping between his outstretched arms as if embracing him. She opened her massive mouth wide. Crunch. She bit down. Crunch, crunch. Splatter. She devoured the elder's entire body, leaving nothing behind. With a ravenous appetite, she ate it all, spraying blood and flesh everywhere. Chapter 735. Crunch, crunch. Cromwell devoured the elder's body ravenously. Mindlessly, like a starved beast, she focused solely on consuming the flesh of what had once been alive, oblivious to everything around her. The survivors, frozen around the wide-open main gate, began to cautiously step back. Quietly, move carefully. Don't make any noise. Back away slowly. Inside the main entrance of the cathedral, there was another large inner door dividing the interior. If they could retreat behind this door and establish a new defensive line, there was still hope for the survivors. With this plan in mind, the survivors near the main entrance carefully moved back. That was until one of them accidentally knocked over a nearby candlestick. Crash dash! The fallen candlestick hit the floor with a resounding noise. The survivors, who had been cautiously retreating, froze in place. Cromwell, having already devoured the elder's upper body, lifted her head and looked in the direction of the fallen candlestick. Her blood-stained mouth slowly opened. "Ha!" she spoke. "Here is I am." Relief and astonishment flashed across the faces of the survivors. "Commander Cromwell? Have you regained your senses? It's us, your Legion members." "Ah!" A surprised Cromwell covered her mouth with her hands. "Oh, my loyal Legion members? Yes, you remember. It's us. But why didn't you save me when I died?" Moving with inhuman speed, Cromwell lunged forward and tore the throats of the two survivors at the front. Splurt! Blood sprayed everywhere. In the face of this horrific slaughter, the remaining survivors who had momentarily felt relief stiffened in terror. Crunch, crunch. Cromwell continued to chew on the heads of the dead survivors and muttered in confusion. "Huh? I died? Was I dead?
Yes?
It feels like my brain was eaten. My whole body hurts, especially my head. It itches constantly, driving me crazy." Cromwell raised her claws to scratch inside her skull, but could only scratch the surface because her antlers covered the top of her head. After a while of struggling to reach her brain, Cromwell gave up. She looked at the survivors with vacant eyes. "Give. What? Give it to me. What do you want? Give me everything in your brains. What else would I be asking for, you meatbags?" Cromwell lunged forward, grabbing the next victim's head and ripping it apart. As she tore and devoured the nearby survivors one by one, she roared. "Making sentences is so hard. I'm not even that smart, so why does everyone call me the future of the Legion? I'm sorry for not getting perfect scores. I'll do better." So, the remaining survivors had lost the will to resist. They fled in terror, running away one by one. "I don't want to kill, but I have to because it's more important than being hungry. It's fitting to be a commander, I told you. Run, run away." "But why is there a hole in my insides? Why do I keep feeling hungry even after eating? It's driving me crazy. Why won't you help? Please go inside and patch the hole. Hurry." Cromwell continued to babble incoherently as she devoured the fleeing survivors one by one. "Give me meat, Dad. I'm the youngest and need to grow the biggest, so give me lots. I'll grow up strong and lead everyone." "Aya! Aya! But why don't you taste good? That's strange. Why don't you taste good? Why don't you taste good? Why don't you taste good? Why don't you taste good?" Then Cromwell's twisted face showed a childlike smile. "Hee, never mind. Tastes good. Daddy's dinner is always the best." Vroom! Suddenly, a brilliant green light emanated from the massive antlers atop Cromwell's head. Grow! Gra! The green light seemed to signal the waiting zombie monsters outside the cathedral, causing them to drool and rush inside through the main entrance. "It itches, it itches, it itches inside my brain, under my skin, behind my eyes. It itches and I can't scratch it. Let's eat. Eating will make me forget." With Cromwell's bizarre cries, the zombie monsters formed a green wave and poured into the cathedral. The defenses were concentrated outside. Now that the monsters were inside the main entrance, the cathedral was effectively doomed. The remaining survivors tried to close the inner door and continue their stand, but I have a responsibility to lead our legion. Picky eating is bad, so I'll handle all the delicious leftovers. Let's open our skulls and have a truthful conversation. With a simple gesture from Cromwell, the inner door and the survivors trying to close it were torn apart. Deep inside the cathedral, the remaining survivors, trembling and hugging each other, turned pale. It was truly over. They would all be eaten by the zombies and become new zombies themselves. Don't give up, Dash! A roar echoed, followed by a massive burst of flames. Whoosh! It was Diarmuiden. The human archmage summoned a huge pillar of fire that blocked the open inner door and pushed its immense power towards the main entrance. Diarmuiden's magic was powerful, but in such a confined space, its strength could be a limitation, risking the lives of allies. But with the survivors outside the inner door already wiped out, Diarmuiden cast his spell without hesitation. Fwum! The zombie monsters that had flooded into the cathedral were instantly incinerated. Maintaining the immense pillar of fire, Diarmuiden shouted, "There's a teleport gate prepared over there. Let's escape together. Hurry!" Deep inside the cathedral, the human side had built a teleport gate. In this worst-case scenario, Diarmuiden urged the survivors to escape to Crossroad. But right after, thunk dash, the enormous pillar of fire wavered as a massive figure burst through its center. It was Cromwell. Even against the overwhelming flames of Diarmuiden, she charged straight at him. "Vow! I swear to serve my legion members with undivided loyalty in all seasons, in heat or cold." Cromwell's arms and hands swelled and split open in the next instant. Her fingers, swollen and split through hypergrowth, extended, and her claws stretched out in all directions. Her transformed arms, resembling grotesque maces mixed with bones and flesh, swung towards Diarmuiden. Crash! Her arm, which smashed through one side of the cathedral wall, reached Diarmuiden in an instant. What? Diarmuiden was too shocked to react to the sudden movement. Splurt dash! Blood sprayed everywhere. Diarmuiden widened his eyes, seeing the splattered blood and torn limbs flying in front of him. It wasn't his own. It was from another demon survivor who had jumped in and pushed Diarmuiden out of the way, taking the blow instead. "Stop her! Restrain Commander Cromwell! Everyone attack Dash!" While the elder demons took turns attacking Cromwell to buy time. "Grandfather, this way!" "Huh? We can't hold out for long. Hurry to the gate." The young survivors forcibly lifted Diarmuiden and ran towards the gate installation site deep inside the cathedral. Meanwhile, Cromwell, letting out a terrifying roar, continued to slaughter the remaining survivors. The zombies that had been scorched were now trickling back into the cathedral. Sacrifice! 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 The surviving demons, sacrificing themselves to boost the combat power of others, mounted their final resistance. One by one, the oldest survivors offered themselves as sacrifices, enhancing the strength of the next demon who then fought the zombies until they were devoured. Ah! Aha! Realizing they couldn't hold off Cromwell any longer, Diarmuiden gritted his teeth and headed for the teleport gate. Vroom! Diarmuiden activated the teleport gate and turned back. "Go quickly. I'll keep the gate open as long as I can. Everyone."
No.
But the children who had followed Diarmuiden shook their heads bitterly. "We demons are drifters from another dimension. We don't have an inherent anchor of existence. We can't use this world's teleport magic." "Go, grandfather." The final resistance of the survivors was collapsing. The cathedral was now filled with zombie monsters tearing apart and devouring the remaining demons. Blood, screams, and cries filled the narrow space. Turning their backs on this scene, the children nodded heavily. "Thank you for the brief time. From now on, it's our legion's matter." The faces of the once naive children had turned into those of warriors. Recognizing their resolve, Diarmuiden bit his lip and managed to utter a word. "Good luck." The children smiled. "Take all our luck with you." As Diarmuiden threw himself into the teleport gate, he couldn't understand. They were supposed to be enemies by nature. Yet, After just a few days of alliance and conversation, why did he feel such pity? Why? Flash dash. Diarmuiden vanished through the gate, and the children turned back. Thud, thud, thud. Cromwell had already approached. She had a piece of someone's arm dangling from her mouth like a lollipop. Your Excellency. Preparing for their final stand, the last remaining children spoke. We will not become your sacrifices. Huh? Oh, sacrifice. Spitting out the arm with a tui. Cromwell scratched her teeth with her fingers and tilted her head. What was that again? And in the next moment, Cromwell, opening her mouth as wide as her upper body, charged at the last remaining survivors like a bolt of lightning. This place, the abandoned cathedral, functioned as a sacrificial altar on its own. The demonic consumption that took place here was a ritual in itself, transferring power to the predator. Watch over me, Daddy. As a result, Cromwell, who had devoured all her surviving kin, just as you taught me, though incomplete and maddened, I will devour this world for our legion. She regained a sliver of sanity. I will eat it all. Muttering to herself while gnawing on her fingers, Cromwell looked up with a blank gaze.
I'm hungry.
Staggering, she stood up and exited the cathedral. I need to eat more. Her antlers, sprawling like branches, scattered a radiant green light, and following that ominous glow, the zombie monsters, now forming a chaotic and violent horde, trailed after her. Not just from the cathedral, but from the entirety of Zone 10, the zombie monsters followed her in a long, swirling vortex. Thud, 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 an eclectic, zombified monster legion. They all began their march towards the living, to devour everything alive. Chapter 736. Dawn. I woke up from a call by Diarmuiden, who had just returned from the abandoned cathedral, and hurriedly went down to the reception room. The abandoned cathedral has fallen. Diarmuiden was covered in blood, but fortunately, it wasn't his own. It seemed to be the blood of others from the battle. And Cromwell seems to have regained some level of intelligence. Diarmuiden explained in detail what had happened at the abandoned cathedral to my surprise. After hearing the whole story, I leaned my chin on my hand and fell into thought. Let's organize the situation. The forward base, which served as a buffer within the dungeon, had fallen. All the monsters that had filled Zone 10 had become zombies and were pouring out all at once for this defense battle. The Legion commander leading those zombies, Cromwell, had regained some intelligence, though she seemed quite mad. It looked like she could command the zombie monsters like her limbs. This is going to be a headache. If it were just a large number of zombies, it would be tiring but manageable without significant damage by leading them around skillfully. However, with Cromwell having regained her intelligence and control, it was clear that there would be unpredictable variables. If only she were the usual Cromwell. Currently, it's hard to predict Cromwell's thinking patterns. Based on Diarmuiden's report, she seemed to be completely deranged. We have finished preparing tactics to deal with a basic zombie monster army. But how will the zombie army led by Cromwell actually move? We have no information and can't even guess. This is the troubling part. At that moment, Your Highness reporting. A soldier burst into the reception room, panting. Everyone had been working hard since dawn. What is it? A monster army has emerged from the Black Lake. Everyone in the room flinched, and Diarmuiden bit his lip quietly. I raised one corner of my mouth and gritted my teeth. They've come out already? They're crawling out endlessly, and just as Your Highness anticipated, they are monsters in a state no different from corpses. Strangely enough, they are moving in orderly rows. After hearing the rest of the soldier's report, I shouted, "Prepare the airship La Mancha." When dealing with zombies, the safest and most powerful force is, no doubt, the Air Force. From the safety of the sky, beyond the reach of zombies' jaws or arms, we can crush them with overwhelming firepower. Let's break their offensive. And also check their current state. As Stage 45 approached, the airship La Mancha had been on standby, fully maintained. It was the only air force our World Guardian front had, so this was a given. The exhaustion from previous battles is hitting home. The once spacious hangar that housed more than 10 airships was now empty, and watching La Mancha slowly move out alone felt strange. Battling the King of Flies and the Black Dragon had decimated dozens of our strongest airships. The city walls fell twice. Countless equipment and artifacts were destroyed. And tens of thousands of people, so many lives that tried to protect the front lines, vanished. At least we managed to recover the bodies of the fallen. We had collected all 30,000 troops wiped out by Nightbringer. It was a relief we managed that before the zombies arrived. They are now all laid to rest in the cemetery. Returning to the point, the damage we sustained from the last 2 boss stages was too great, and recovery is still far off. The walls, equipment, artifacts, and troops are all damaged. This is the difficulty of this battle. Cromwell and her Demon Guardian Legion are objectively weaker than the King of Flies or Nightbringer. But our World Guardian front is also in a far worse state than back then. With damage accumulated from repeated battles, how can we endure the remaining stages with minimal damage and preserve our strength for the final stage? This is the key, but with all the monsters suddenly turned into zombies and Cromwell resurrected, it's hard to gauge her state. It's troubling. The King of Flies and Nightbringer were unprecedented enemies that shattered our game experience. The current zombie Cromwell is similar in some ways. It's hard to gauge her exact combat power. Departure preparations are complete, Your Highness, Air Force Commander Macmillan shouted. Nodding, I boarded La Mancha. Since it was dawn and I had no intention of engaging in a full-fledged battle, I didn't summon other heroes. Despite that, some heroes insisted on following me even at dawn, but I left them in the city. Kelly Bay, you need to finish the equipment you're making quickly. Where do you think you're going? Lucas, Evangeline, make sure your respective units are ready. Junior, you need to lead the mage unit. Damien, are the sniper training sessions complete? There was no need to bring busy people since we wouldn't be fighting hand-to-hand. When I pointed out each of them, they pouted but obediently walked out of the airship. After leaving them all in the city, I took only Diarmuiden and launched La Mancha. Whoosh dash! The magic engine roared to life, and the airship floated up, soon shooting southward. The heroes left in the hangar looked up worriedly at the departing airship. I clicked my tongue. I'll be back soon, so just do your jobs. Inside La Mancha, flying toward the Black Lake. This is strictly a reconnaissance mission, though we'll drop some bombs since we're loaded with gunpowder. Diarmuiden, sitting in front of me and staring out the window, remained silent with a heavy expression. I asked, concerned, "Are you all right, Diarmuiden? You must be exhausted from the previous operation. I should have let you rest more." "No, my body is fine." Diarmuiden chuckled wryly and sighed. "It's just that the human heart is too fickle." Fickle? The demon survivors who perished in the abandoned cathedral. They would have been our enemies anyway, right? I nodded. Diarmuiden exhaled deeply. They were invaders. We briefly formed a temporary alliance out of necessity. I know that well, but still. You felt uneasy. Yes. Diarmuiden looked at the bloodstains on his robe. Just because we spent a few days together, I felt empathy for their deaths, and pain for not being able to save them, even though they were monsters. Silent, I shrugged and said, "Isn't that just human nature?" "Human nature. Ha. Human nature, ha." Diarmuiden clicked his tongue and fell into thought. It was a constant dilemma for me too. What defines a person from a monster? What is the line that separates humans from monsters? Even though we are on the same front now, humans have always fought wars against other species. Elves, dwarves, beastmen, merfolk, and many other races besides the 4 main species. Back then, other species were monsters to humans. Even if they could communicate, they killed and hated each other madly. Humans also fought wars among themselves. Not long ago, there was a war between the Everblack Empire and the Bringer Duchy, and further back, a war between the Everblack Empire and the Camilla Kingdom. At that time, could they see the people across the border as the same humans? No. They were monsters to be stabbed to death. The ending I want to reach is... Watching Diarmuiden in deep contemplation, I repeated to myself. The conclusion I want to reach after this 3-year journey is... At that moment, Your Highness, we can see the Black Lake, Macmillan shouted from near the cockpit. And we can see the procession of monsters below. It's an enormous number. Diarmuiden and I rose from our seats and went to Macmillan. Macmillan gestured toward the magic panels displayed around the cockpit. Look! In the center of the wide view from the sky was a massive black lake. And from the lake entrance, an endless procession of zombie monsters was continuously emerging. The reconnaissance team first reported the monsters' emergence hours ago. Yet they have been coming out continuously since then. How many monsters were stationed in Zone 10? The number was far greater than I had estimated. I checked the stage info screen to see if it would show the exact number, but there was no proper display, just a series of question marks. Ader is preparing for the final stage. We shouldn't expect much help from the system anymore. However, these monsters are slow. Indeed, as Macmillan said, they were slow. The monsters emerging from the lake entrance moved sluggishly. It took hours for them to advance out of the lake, partly due to this slow speed. We could observe them closely while circling slowly in the air. I checked the zombified monsters. What's this? Fire giants. These are giant monster armies like frost giants. They've become zombies too. Those are hellhounds, a Cerberus-led army. Even Cerberus and his direct subordinate Orthrus are here. They turned into zombies too. Crazy, there's a tentacle snail army too. How did they get bitten and zombified? As long as there's some flesh to bite, they can turn into zombies. In addition, various named monster armies were all zombified, forming a long procession and slowly advancing north. It's truly an unprecedented monster coalition, though they are all zombies. The King of Flies and Nightbringer were all beyond the norm. I broke into a cold sweat. These guys also seem beyond the norm. Thud, thud, thud. Rotten and crushed, but never stopping, the zombie monster army advanced northward. In this already insane defense game, another insane crisis had arrived. If these guys came before the King of Flies or Nightbringer, it would have been manageable. Once again, the World Guardian front was extremely exhausted from previous battles. Even just this huge number of zombies pushing in is dangerous. Let's get closer for a better look. Lower the altitude. I ordered Macmillan. While we're getting closer, let's drop some presents. Did we bring enough gunpowder? Macmillan grinned and nodded. Of course, Your Highness. Buzzing. La Mancha lowered its altitude and approached the zombie horde. At the same time, the bottom of the airship opened, revealing dozens of machine guns and bombs ready to be dropped for bombing. We'll conduct the first bombing, followed by the second, and then switch to strafing with the machine guns. Hold tight. From high in the sky, La Mancha quickly descended towards the ground, starting carpet bombing. The zombies marching in a line were easy targets. La Mancha followed them straight and dropped bombs. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. The bombs fell from the airship, causing massive explosions, flames, and smoke among the zombies. Phew! I whistled unintentionally. Felt good. Long live the Air Force. Proceeding with the second bombing and then transitioning to strafing with machine guns, lowering altitude. Listening to Macmillan's report and nodding, I looked down at the ground and noticed something strange. Not only the zombies caught in the blast, but even those far from the explosion site. The zombies, who had been staring blankly ahead just moments ago, were now all looking up at the sky directly at us. The eerie sensation of thousands and tens of thousands of pairs of eyes, glowing with a sinister green light, all focused on me was anything but pleasant. This doesn't feel right. And from my 3 years of experience, bad premonitions always come true. I shouted urgently, "Cancel the second bombing. Raise the altitude." What? No more talking up. Now dash. Chapter 737. Cancel the second bombardment. Increase altitude. What? No questions, just up. Now. But an airship is enormous and cannot move instantly just because of a command. The pilot, hearing my order, urgently moved the controls to raise La Mancha's altitude again. It was a little late. Grrr. Gah. The horrifying roars of the zombies suddenly melded together, and they began piling up like ants, forming a pillar with their bodies. The spontaneously built block of corpses. A pillar of zombies was created in real time, shooting upwards as the zombies climbed over each other endlessly towards the sky. Dozens of such zombie pillars surged towards the airship. Macmillan, in panic, extended his hand. Open fire. Shake them off. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Dozens of machine guns mounted on the airship simultaneously blazed. The bullets poured down like rain, riddling the approaching zombie monsters with holes. However, these are not ordinary zombies. These are monsters from Zone 10 of the Lake Kingdom turned into zombies. Even though they lost their intellect and abilities, their bodies were still robust. Despite being hit by dozens of bullets, the zombies stubbornly built the pillar and finally crawled up. They clung to the bottom of the airship. I shuddered. Increase altitude. Can't we go any faster? We're at full power. But the monsters are building the pillar faster. La Mancha had been lowering its altitude for bombing. Trying to raise the altitude urgently wasn't easy, and in the brief hesitation, the zombie pillars surged. No matter what, how can they build a pillar as tall as a skyscraper this quickly with their bodies? It feels faster than I can set up an automatic turret. Damn it, such organized and purposeful actions couldn't have been done by the zombies on their own. I quickly scanned the surroundings and found it. The center of the zombie army. A giant demon woman with antlers emitting ominous green magic, staring directly at us. Cromwell. The moment I spat out the name of the enemy commander, as if she heard my voice. Ka-dash. Cromwell roared resoundingly and raised her hands. From her huge antlers, tremendous green magic spread in all directions, and the zombies within the range howled, stacking the pillars even faster. Shake them off. Ascend dash. The brief moment it took for La Mancha to ascend after lowering for the bombardment was actually very short. But in that short span, the zombies built pillars with their bodies and approached, successfully reaching La Mancha. When I came to my senses, we were bound in the air by several zombie pillars. This is ridiculous. The faces of all the crew members turned grim. More zombies clung to the ship, and various sensors on the airship turned red. Emergency alarms blared painfully from all sides. Macmillan shouted urgently. The force pulling us down is increasing. We'll crash at this rate. Your Highness dash. Damn. I was flabbergasted by this absurd situation, racking my brain for a solution. Let us crash? Not a chance. Diarmutin and I are here, so the means we can use now. Just then, Macmillan, watching the radar, looked at me with a shocked face. Your Highness reporting. What now? A fleet of flying entities approaching rapidly from the north. I widened my eyes at the unexpected news. The north? From the crossroad direction? They're flying in formation. It's flying troops. Flying troops coming from crossroad? Impossible, our only air force is La Mancha. I'll show the northern sky on the screen. At Macmillan's command, a crew member manipulated the magic panel to display the northern sky. And what appeared was creatures with eagle heads and wings and lion bodies. Those are griffins, and those knights riding the griffins, clad in silver armor and fluttering scarlet cloaks. Message to the flagship La Mancha. Just then, a communication came to La Mancha. This is the Sky Knights of the Vermilion Kingdom. At the forefront of the knights riding griffins. A young man with vivid scarlet hair, a braid hanging from one side, piloted a griffin. He was no longer a boy but had become a young man in the short time I hadn't seen him. That young man, somewhere between boyhood and manhood, smiled and introduced himself over the communication device. I am Mikhail Vermilion, the captain. Mikhail? Do you need assistance? The crown prince of the Vermilion Kingdom, captain of the Sky Knights, the young knight who had lost everything on this front, overcame it himself, and returned to change his homeland had come back. Mikhail drew two long, sleek spears attached to his griffin's saddle, holding one in each hand. The tips of the spears gleamed with radiant magical power from embedded crimson jewels. Well, even if you say no, we'll help anyway. Ha ha. Everyone on the bridge brightened up at the sudden arrival of these reinforcements. Charging forward with his spear, Mikhail shouted in a clear voice, Sky Knights, charge! Save La Mancha! Screech! Leading the charge, Mikhail thrust his spear forward. Following him, about 50 Griffin Knights surged. The Sky Knights, flying in at tremendous speed, wrapped their weapons in magical light and charged at the zombie pillars. Boom dash! With overwhelming power, they shattered the zombie pillars instantly. Gah! Grah! The zombies screamed hideously as they fell from the collapsing pillars. Mikhail's prowess was particularly astounding, swinging his two spears like a windmill, literally pulverizing the zombie pillars. The griffins also crushed the heads of approaching zombies with their massive talons and pecked them with their beaks. Thanks to the Sky Knight's efforts, the zombie pillars weakened, and La Mancha gradually shook off the zombies' grasp and gained altitude. After ascending to a safe height and circling around to ensure the area was secure, Mikhail spoke into the communication device. Message to the airship La Mancha. The young knight's face wore a mischievous smile. Is there a small spot inside that huge assault ship where our griffins can rest? We've come a long way and fought a battle, so everyone seems tired. I grabbed the communication device myself and responded. Message to the Sky Knights. This is Ash Born Hater Everblack, commander of the World Guardian Front. A smile spread across my face. Permission granted. We'll open the deck. Please make yourselves at home. I continued. Welcome back to the front lines, Mikhail. Mikhail, smiling, gestured to his knights. Then, the 50 Griffin Knights, who had been circling the airship, began landing on the deck one by one. Prince Mikhail. The first to rush out to greet the landed Mikhail was Diarmutin. Mikhail, who was removing his helmet and hanging it on his griffin's saddle, greeted Diarmutin with a smile. Diarmutin. Diarmutin grasped Mikhail's hand firmly. I'm so glad you returned safely. I was worried ever since you left. I was also worried about the safety of this front. But seeing you all well is a relief. Mikhail then extended his hand to me. I'm relieved you're safe too, Prince Ash. I grasped his hand firmly in return. I'm truly glad to see you alive again, Mikhail. We shook hands firmly. More than words, this handshake conveyed deeper emotions. Then Mikhail, with a hint of excitement, added, Oh, and I'm no longer a prince. Not just Diarmutin, but I was also taken aback. No longer a prince? So, as he mentioned before, he was dethroned for the loss? Seeing our worried faces, Mikhail awkwardly chuckled and pulled out a small golden crown instead of the helmet he had just taken off, placing it on his head. I'm now a king. What? Diarmutin and I both exclaimed in shock. Mikhail briefly explained what happened after he left this front. He secretly returned to the Vermilion Kingdom, feigning death, and succeeded in gathering forces loyal to him. Though he attempted a rebellion against the Council of Elders, who practically ruled Vermilion Kingdom, conducting genetic experiments to create a perfect king, the rebellion initially failed. My people and I were captured and imprisoned. But then, suddenly, the world lost its daylight, and a mad snowstorm began. Ah! The Vermilion Kingdom is located at the far northwestern edge of the continent. When Nightbringer extinguished the daylight, the northern continent was particularly engulfed in an enormous snowstorm. Thanks to the night and snow, the country's security system was completely paralyzed. In that gap, I managed to gather my people again and launch a counterattack against the council. Who would have thought it would lead to this? That damned Black Dragon's catastrophic event had turned into an opportunity for Mikhail. Life is truly unpredictable. So I succeeded in the rebellion. The Council of Elders was completely overthrown. Now our Vermilion Kingdom no longer engages in human genetic modification. Mikhail glanced back. The griffins, occupying the hangar of La Mancha, were lying comfortably, growling softly. I inherited the throne, tidied up the internal affairs, and then led all the griffins and trained knights available to the front. So that's how it happened. This young prince, no, king, had also gone through a grand adventure while away from this front. Just then, the knights of the Sky Knights rushed forward from behind Mikhail. He beamed and gestured to them. Let me introduce the new Sky Knights. They are trustworthy people who followed me since the rebellion. They're all, like me, homunculi, enhanced humans. The knights of the Sky Knights all bowed to me in unison. Diarmutin and I returned the gesture. Among them, 5 male knights gave me a subtle look. Mikhail cautiously introduced them. These are my sister's husbands. Oh, that sister who was originally betrothed to me, but then the engagement was called off? I heard she married 5 men out of the shock from the broken engagement, and these must be them. I understand the subtle looks now. My sister is currently in the kingdom, stabilizing it in my stead. She's smart and strong, so she'll do a better job than me. Next, Mikhail pointed to 5 female knights standing behind him. And these are not my fiancée, as I mentioned before. For some reason, Mikhail's face darkened slightly. They are my wives. That is, the queens. The female knights, one by one, removed their helmets and glared at Mikhail with sharp, fierce eyes. The atmosphere in the hangar turned cold instantly. As I sweated nervously, I carefully whispered, "Why is the atmosphere like this?" "Well, actually, we came right after the wedding." I told them it was a honeymoon. What? The condition for them joining the rebellion was an official marriage with me. So right after the successful rebellion, we sorted out the internal affairs and held a coronation and wedding ceremony in a flash. Then, I told them we were going on a honeymoon to the south. And we ended up here. Ahem. The gaze of the Vermilion Queens turned even icier. Mikhail desperately avoided their eyes. Good grief. Calling this a honeymoon and ending up on a monster front, I carefully asked, "Still, you are happy, right?" Mikhail, with a forced smile, showed a hint of tears in his eyes and gave a thumbs up, saying, "Ash, you must get married too." Definitely. Chapter 738. Leaving behind the scene where their husband, Mikhail, was happily chatting with Prince Ash, the commander of the front lines, the 5 queens of Vermilion stepped out onto the deck of the airship. They needed some fresh air to clear their minds. Wow! Did you see Mikhail's face? Yeah, he had a big smile plastered on. Boys' talk must be really fun, huh? The young new king of Vermilion, along with the prince of the Everblack Empire and the master of the Ivory Tower, was smiling brightly and exchanging words with a much more relaxed expression. The queens, recalling this sight, grumbled with a hint of jealousy in their eyes. He never shows us that kind of face. Seriously, tonight I'm going to kill him. I'm going to torment him all night until he confesses what he did wrong. As the 5 queens began to concoct a grim plan for Mikhail's grand execution that night, creak, creak, a figure was slowly but steadily crawling up the side of the airship La Mancha, against the howling wind. It was a blood-soaked hunting dog, its body mangled. Despite its severe injuries, the hunting dog, its eyes glowing green, climbed all the way up the side of the airship and finally reached the deck. Grr! The hunting dog shook its body once it was on the deck. Ha! One of the queens, a beat late in noticing the dog, pointed it out. Isn't that a monster? What? The 5 queens turned around in shock. It was a creature from the Hellhounds unit that Ash had spotted earlier. Oh my God! It must have boarded during the contact earlier. It was a small-sized monster that managed to avoid La Mancha's sensors and climb up to the deck. The queens hurried to draw their weapons to subdue the monster, But then they realized. They had left their weapons strapped to their griffin saddles. They thought the airship was safe. We need to get inside the airship. But before the queens could return inside in time, Ka! The zombie hunting dog, spraying blood everywhere, lunged at them. What's the situation? Returning to the bridge, I asked Macmillan. Mikhail had returned, and the powerful Sky Knights had joined us. Thanks to that, the atmosphere had briefly brightened with laughter. But the situation was far from optimistic. As soon as I returned, Macmillan, who seemed to have been waiting, reported. Perfect timing, Your Highness. The zombies have started advancing. And, at an incredible speed. After La Mancha ascended, the zombies gave up chasing it. Instead, they seemed determined to head north toward their destination. At a faster pace. The ground situation was displayed on the magic panel of the bridge. Everyone present sighed in unison. Rumble, rumble, rumble. It looked like a river of corpses flowing. The zombie monsters, moving at an alarming speed, intertwined and tripped over each other, began rushing north as if their previous sluggish movements had been a lie. How long until they reach Crossroad? At this speed, in about 2 days and 12 hours. Zombies moving faster than horses. Mikhail, who had followed me onto the bridge and was watching this scene with a pale face, asked me quietly, "There is a way to deal with them, right, Prince Ash?" Everyone's eyes were filled with trust as they looked at me. They believed that, as I had defeated countless monster armies before, I would solve this too. Sure, I did have a plan. However, I fell into thought. The usual method would be to gradually whittle down the zombie monster army before they reached Crossroad, and then use our forces at Crossroad to wipe out the remnants. This was the standard method for dealing with monster armies, and I planned to use it this time too. The problem was, our forces are not in full strength. The question was whether the current defenses at Crossroad were sufficient to crush the main enemy force after whittling them down. And the enemy monster army's abnormally high combat power. The rule of this doomsday game was that even deploying 2 monster armies simultaneously would incur a penalty. The penalty was so severe that after the battle with the King of Flies, which involved an imp army combined with flies, there were no subsequent defense battles for a while. But look at what we have here now. Even though their combat power had decreased due to being zombies, dozens of monster armies had united and were advancing north. The difficulty of this defense game has already gone off the rails, but this is too different. Considering the previous insane difficulties, this might sound strange. But the previous stages had subtly, if not blatantly, considered the balance of the game. There was a balance for a single showdown, especially when the Demon King was directly orchestrating the stage. The Demon King was different from the King of Flies or Nightbringer, who wanted to destroy the world without regard for anything. The Demon King's goal seemed to be to make me suffer but not to completely break me. Though I never met him face to face, we had crossed paths countless times. No, considering all the repeated cycles and experiences in the game, the Demon King and I had shared countless exchanges in the stages. I know his style. Considering the recall of the Royal Hole, the Demon King has indeed returned. Only the Demon King could resurrect the already dead Cromwell. So, my opponent is undoubtedly the Demon King. But the unusual enemy composition of this stage. If it were the usual Demon King, it's strange to say this about an enemy, but he would have planted a loophole, a weakness, that we could exploit to overcome. Or rather, he would have left it knowing. The enemy's weakness. I propped my chin on my hand and fell into thought. Let's think. The characteristics of zombies, the characteristics of demon species, the characteristics of Cromwell. As we hastened back to Crossroad ahead of the advancing zombie army in the airship, I pondered for a while. Everyone on the bridge kept a respectful silence, not wanting to disturb my thoughts. How long did that quiet flight last? Thud. 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 Noise started to arise outside the bridge. At first, everyone didn't pay much attention, but the noise grew louder. No, it wasn't just noise. Screams and howls began to mix in. Noticing something strange, the people in the bridge exchanged glances. "Hey, is there something going on?" Diarmuiden was about to open the bridge door and ask outside when, "Ah!" One of my soldiers screamed terrifyingly and tried to burst into the bridge. Diarmuiden froze, unable to move, but Mikhail reacted with lightning speed, spinning around and kicking the soldier. Thwack dash. Ugh! The soldier was flung back outside. Mikhail, suddenly looking alarmed, apologized. Sorry. I got startled when you rushed in. Are you okay?" "Oh, Iowa." Panicking, Mikhail slammed the bridge door shut, and the soldier pounded on it with his fists, screaming, "What's wrong with this guy? Let me see." Pushing Mikhail aside, I stood before the bridge door and inspected the soldier through the transparent glass part of the door. "Ah, Iowa." His bloodshot eyes had completely lost their sanity, and he was gnashing at the glass, trying to bite us inside the bridge. And on his forearm, there were clear bite marks as if someone else had bitten him. I broke out in a cold sweat. "This can't be. Your Highness, look at this." After locking the bridge door, I turned around. Macmillan was pale, manipulating the magic panel. "This is the current situation inside La Mancha." Macmillan operated the optical devices installed inside the airship, showing the internal scene. Everyone was screaming like the soldier outside, rushing at the still normal people. On the screen, a normal soldier was captured and bitten. "Ah, it hurts, ah." The soldier, bleeding from the bite wound, writhed in pain and then transformed, emitting a similar monstrous scream. "They're infected," I said, sweating heavily. "Someone was bitten by a zombie monster, and the infection spread." "That's impossible." During the bombing operation, there was no chance of infection, and the Sky Knights were also quarantined after the battle. "No one was injured." Macmillan strongly protested, "But what can we do? This is the reality. Through a small gap we missed, the infection spread. In this world, zombies are a kind of condition. If bitten, one becomes infected, but this alone doesn't turn them into zombies. They must die in that state for the corpse to rise, attacking the living. In other words, the people outside are not zombies yet. They are in an aggressive state due to the infection. It's more accurate to call them infected. They seem more than just aggressive. I've never seen anyone bitten before, you see. Usually, people get eaten right away when bitten by zombies. In any case, a person becomes infected when bitten and turns into a zombie when they die in that state. It's easier to think of it as a 3-stage mutation, human-infected zombie. And another characteristic, they don't attack fellow infected. This is how the zombie army maintains its numbers. It seems some kind of mutual signal prevents them from attacking each other. So they are not monsters yet. They are just patients infected with the zombie plague. Diarmuiden calmly rebutted my conclusion. "That's just the commonly known symptoms of the zombie plague, Prince Ash. We don't know what mutations have occurred as the infection spread among the monsters below. And if there are fatalities among the infected outside, and we return like this, then to Crossroad 2. Diarmuiden didn't finish, but the implication was clear. This airship is already contaminated. All the crew inside, except for those on the bridge, are infected. And while they are just infected now, they could turn into zombies at any time. We must not return to Crossroad in this state. It could put Crossroad and even all events in danger. In that case, beep, beep. Just then, a communication came in. Macmillan, checking the source of the call, shouted, "It's coming from the communication network installed near the hangar. Connect it." The communication was connected. A trembling voice accompanied by sobbing was heard shortly after. "Mikhail, are you there?" It was the voice of one of Mikhail's 5 queens. Mikhail's face had turned as pale as a sheet. Chapter 739. "Mikhail, are you there?" Hearing the voice of one of the queens, Mikhail urgently picked up the receiver and responded as gently as he could. "Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry, we went out on the deck earlier and..." encountered a zombie monster. We managed to knock it off the airship, but during the struggle, the sisters got bitten. The infection spread quickly. And a little while ago, I got bitten too. Despite his pale complexion, Mikhail spoke with a steady voice. Don't worry, it'll be all right. But Mikhail, we survived that hell in our homeland. Even when it seemed everything was over, there was always a way. Mikhail spoke with conviction. Trust me, I will save you. The Queen's voice wavered on the other end of the line. I love you, Mikhail. I love you too. So don't worry and wait for me. Click. The call ended. Putting down the receiver, Mikhail steadied his breathing and turned to me. Prince Ash. Can you tell me? Tell me there's a way. There was a desperate plea in Mikhail's eyes. Tell me I don't have to lose my comrades, my family, and my wives here. Tell me. I nodded immediately. Don't worry. I have a way. I then shouted to Macmillan. Sir Macmillan, when can we establish communication with Crossroad? We entered the communication range a short while ago. We can connect anytime. Connect us now. The connection to Crossroad was made, and I called for High Priestess Rosetta. It didn't take long before Rosetta, already on alert due to the wartime situation, answered the call. This is Rosetta, Prince Ash, High Priestess Rosetta. I asked directly, can you tell me about the cure for the zombie plague? Our enemy this time was zombie monsters. Naturally, we had considered countermeasures against zombie infection in case our troops got injured. This world has a magical civilization built firmly on the system of magic. National-level measures exist for all sorts of problems that plague humanity. Monsters, epidemics, natural disasters. The zombie plague is no exception. There is a formulation for a zombie plague cure that the Order has established. However, as I mentioned before, Rosetta repeated what I had heard previously in a businesslike tone. Since the symptoms and pathology of the zombie plague vary each time it breaks out, the antidote needs to be adjusted based on the extent of the mutation. You mean you need to see the patient directly? That's correct. And up until now, we had not been able to bring any patients for study, because they were all fully zombified monsters. Although we brought a few corpse samples to the temple, it was impossible to derive meaningful research data from completely dead specimens. We needed a living, moving sample, whether it was an infected person or a zombie that had been revived from an infected person. Well, it's perfect timing. We're currently bringing back a bunch of patients. You have infected survivors? If you bring them to the temple, we will immediately assess the symptoms and prepare the antidote. The number of patients is over 100, including La Mancha's crew and the Sky Knights. In total, over 100 people were infected. Rosetta fell silent for a moment. I pressed with emphasis. Can you treat them? There is always only one thing we, priests, can say, Your Highness. Rosetta spoke in a cold and functional tone. We will do our best. Please transport the patients here as soon as possible. We're on our way. Click. I ended the call and looked at Mikhail standing beside me. Once we get to Crossroad, there will be a way. Just hold on a little longer. Not only is High Priestess Rosetta there, but also healers gathered from all over the world are on standby. Crossroad is likely far better equipped for this kind of treatment than even the capital of the Empire. All right, Prince Ash. Taking a deep breath, Mikhail nodded. I'm a king now. I must act with dignity. I will steady my heart and wait. After the call with Rosetta, the atmosphere on the bridge began to lighten somewhat. Having a method is fortunate, but Macmillan, drenched in sweat, wiped his face with a handkerchief and spoke up. Shouldn't we be concerned about whether we can safely return to Crossroad? What? I asked back at the unexpected statement, and simultaneously, thud, crash dash. The door to the bridge shook violently. Everyone turned around in shock to see the infected outside the bridge pounding on the door, screaming. Bang! Crack! The metal door began to dent under repeated impacts. Those standing near the door retreated in fear. At this rate, the door wouldn't hold for long. The bridge door is a secondary issue, Macmillan said while manipulating the magic panel to check the situation inside the airship. Grinding my teeth, I asked, "Stop beating around the bush and get to the point, Sir Macmillan. What's the real problem?" "The engine room is compromised." Macmillan displayed the engine room of La Mancha on the magic panel. The infected crew members, having completed their mutual infection, were sitting in a dazed state. The resident alchemist in charge of the magic reactor has also been infected. And what? Speak quickly. The output of the main magic reactor is dropping. A chilling silence filled the bridge. Macmillan continued. It seems the switch was flipped down during the struggle with the infected in the engine room. The output continues to decrease. We are currently relying on the auxiliary reactor, but at this rate, we won't be able to maintain flight. Remote control? I've tried, but it's not responding. It needs to be reset manually. Thud, thud, thud. Despite everything, the infected filled the corridor, irregularly pounding on the bridge door and screaming. Bloodshot eyes blinked through the cracked glass. Glancing at the chaos outside, Macmillan continued. The estimated flight time to reach Crossroad was 1 hour, but at this rate, the main reactor will shut down completely in 30 minutes, and we'll have to make an emergency landing. In the silence that followed, Macmillan suggested, "Your Highness, what I'm proposing is that if we have to make an emergency landing anyway, why not do it safely now?" "What? Flying to the limit and then landing is too dangerous. The reactor might shut down completely before then. Instead, why not land safely now? I mean, immediately? But we wouldn't reach Crossroad, and we'd be much further away. Instead, we can ensure the safety of this airship and its occupants. If we confirm the landing site and notify Crossroad, reinforcements will come to us there." Macmillan's suggestion was extremely cautious. He was essentially saying not to take unnecessary risks. To land safely, call for reinforcements from Crossroad, hold out by guarding the bridge door firmly, and then handle the situation without further losses. However, that would take too long. An hour's flight for the airship means a significantly longer distance by other means. It would take time for Crossroad to assemble and dispatch reinforcements, time for those reinforcements to reach the landing site, and more time to manage the situation and return to Crossroad. That would take too long. Right now, it's a race against time. Every second counts. Firstly, the overarching situation. A horde of monsters is advancing north from the south. In less than 3 days, these monsters will push up. We already have limited time to stop them, and taking too much time to return to Crossroad would be problematic. Secondly, the longer the infection persists, the worse it is for the patients. They are currently infected, but they could become true zombies in a few hours. If they had been taken directly, they might have been cured, but delays could make treatment impossible. Both stopping the monsters and treating the patients are a race against time. It needs to be swift and decisive. So, what are you going to do? Continue flying with the auxiliary reactor until the limit? Macmillan asked, and I shook my head before turning toward the bridge door. We just need to normalize the engine room, right? Yes, but then it's a simple matter. Thud, thud, thud. Looking at the infected filling the corridor and pounding on the bridge door, I grinned. We'll fight our way to the engine room, subduing the infected as we go. Everyone on the bridge was shocked. They probably never imagined we would voluntarily venture into the crowd of infected. We don't need a large team. A small elite force will do. I assessed the combat-capable personnel on the bridge. Me, Dr. Muden, and Mikhail. The 3 of us should suffice. Of course. Good. Let's control our strength as much as possible. Dr. Muden and Mikhail began warming up. Macmillan urgently raised his hand to join us. Your Highness, I'll go too. I blinked in surprise. But, Sir Macmillan, won't that hinder the navigation? The pilots handle the airship navigation. They'll manage emergency landing if needed. Macmillan smiled wryly, his mouth twitching. More importantly, We need someone who can operate the engine room equipment. Macmillan wasn't a combatant, but he was a soldier who knew when to step up and what role he had to play. Besides, I'm an officer too. I undergo combat training every year. I won't be a burden. As he adjusted his gloves, I nodded at him. All right, let's go together. Bang! Crack! Boom! The bridge door was half destroyed under the relentless assault of the infected. The four of us who would head to the engine room took a deep breath. If the corridor were filled with monsters, it would be easier to cut through and kill them. But they were allies infected by the zombie plague. We had to subdue them without killing them. This would be a much tougher journey. Mikhail, you're at the front. Clear a path. I'll follow, assessing the situation and giving orders. Macmillan, you guide us to the engine room. Diarmuiden, you're at the rear. Use your magic sparingly. Diarmuiden chuckled, stroking his beard. Don't worry. I'll make sure not to hurt too many people. The real concern was not only the infected getting hurt, but also the airship itself might be at risk if the old man uses too much strength. I had to swallow those words. The situation was escalating quickly. Crack dash. Rhea. The bridge door was torn off, and the infected flooded in, screaming, thwack. They were immediately thrown back into the corridor. Mikhail, with his fists clenched, had punched the infected squarely in their solar plexus as they rushed in. Since they weren't full zombies yet, a strong punch to the solar plexus left them convulsing and foaming at the mouth on the floor. That looks incredibly painful. There were about a dozen infected gathered at the bridge door. Mikhail swiftly cleared the corridor and dusted off his hands. The four of us exited the bridge, and I nodded to the crew inside, then invoked my magic. I created a magical barrier to replace the shattered bridge door and then turned around. Let's go! There were less than 30 minutes before the airship would crash. We had to cut through the infected-filled airship and reach the engine room before then. Chapter 740. Crackle, crackle. The broken corridor lights flickered. From the distance came the muffled cries of infected, mingled with the desperate screams of those not yet infected. Damn! I hate horror games. I rubbed the goosebumps off the back of my neck. Charging recklessly could get us bitten by the infected, leading to our annihilation. We were moving cautiously at a moderate pace. As we descended the stairs to the lower deck, I asked Macmillan behind me, "Where's the engine room located?" "At the very bottom of the ship, towards the rear." For reference, the bridge we started from is located at the very top center of the airship. We had to go down several levels and move toward the back. Given the large size of La Mancha, it was a considerable distance. Hurry! Our time is running out. Was it just my imagination? Or was the airship slowly descending? Probably wasn't a mistake. As the main magic reactor's output decreases, the airship must be gradually descending in preparation for an emergency landing. We moved as quickly as possible toward the engine room while staying alert. And then, at the end of the corridor leading to the stairs on this deck. Gra! Bang! Crash dash! Doors on both sides of the corridor burst open simultaneously, and infected lunged at us. Mikhail, who was walking tensely at the front, swiftly punched the infected on the left in the jaw. Get away! And Diarmuiden, with a now familiar delicate scream, unleashed a magical shockwave that sent the infected on the right flying. Thud! Crash! It was over in an instant. Mikhail, sweating, checked the infected he had punched. I hit him too hard out of surprise. This guy lost a molar. Better than dying. Can't be helped. Diarmuiden, clutching his chest and gasping, grumbled. Huff! Huff! This is terrible for an old man's cardiovascular health. These shocks are killing me. Think of it as good for blood circulation. As we continued to subdue the infected and move forward, I started to think. We were returning to humanity's final defense line with an airship full of infected people. Is this really the right decision? What if this decision spreads the infection to Crossroad? Should we have followed Macmillan's suggestion to make an emergency landing far from Crossroad and slowly dealt with the infected there? For the greater good, Would it have been more efficient to abandon the infected? We already have so little time to stop the zombie monsters. Am I wasting precious time trying to save infected patients? If it were my usual self, Diarmuiden suddenly spoke from the rear, almost as if he knew what I was thinking. I would have suggested eliminating all the infected. Isn't that right? I smiled bitterly and glanced back. That means you're not your usual self now, are you? Can I be honest? Of course, speak freely. Prince Ash, I want to believe in the convenient magic called you. Diarmuiden looked at me with deep trust in his eyes. The one who always brings miraculous turnarounds in impossible situations, who comes up with ingenious solutions I never thought of. I want to hope for that once more. I kept silent. Suddenly, the famous trolley dilemma came to mind. A trolley is headed down a track where 5 people are tied up. If you pull the lever, the trolley switches to a track where only 1 person is tied up. What will you decide in such a situation? Pull the lever or do nothing? Every battle on this monster front has been a fight against dilemmas. Who to save? Who to abandon? But my choices have always been consistent. I always made the same decision. Save everyone I can. Sometimes I succeeded, sometimes I failed. Some lived, some died. I toasted with the survivors and wept at the graves of the dead. I was never a flawless commander, and my record was marred with as many losses as wins. But yes, through this long journey, I've paradoxically held on to one thing. Save everyone I can. Reflecting on the path I've walked, my journey is paved with luck and miracles. Without good fortune, my decisions would have led to this world's destruction several times over. But I also know, not all those miracles were mere luck. The karma I've built, the connections, and the will of the people who journey with me, they've sustained this front, this world, and our spirits up to this moment. I will save them, everyone I can. Those brave enough to charge the enemy and got infected. Those trembling in fear of the advancing monsters. I will do my best to save them all. With that resolve, my steps grew confident. Diarmuiden, following at the rear, noticed and chuckled. After a long, relentless advance, we reached the stairs leading to the lowest level. But due to the commotion we'd caused, we were already being pursued by infected. The number of infected rushing at us had grown significantly. They're still coming from behind. Take it easy, Diarmuiden. Easy. 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 Muttering while preparing his magic, Diarmuiden gritted his teeth. Damn it! My magic is too powerful to go easy on them. Then just break a bone or two. Break a bone. All right, that I can do. Diarmuiden unleashed shockwaves, and the charging infected fell back like autumn leaves. But since the strikes were too weak, they got up again and rushed at us, screaming. Gritting his teeth, Diarmuiden shouted. I'll hold them off here. Go ahead. Diarmuiden. Don't worry about me. Go quickly. Diarmuiden wasn't adept at this kind of situation. This old mage is an extreme firepower type. Can he hold off these feral infected who are trying to bite him without seriously hurting them? But there was no time to consider that. Time was running out. The airship was making ominous noises as it approached its flight limit. Then we'll go ahead. Be careful, Diarmuiden. Trusting Diarmuiden to hold the stairs, we dashed down to the bottom level. The engine room is close. Macmillan pointed ahead. Just through here. The large space before us was the hangar. The engine room was behind the hangar. So we had to pass through the hangar. Screech. Screech. Entering the hangar, we were greeted by the ear-piercing cries of frenzied griffins. Wait. I wiped the sweat from my brow and looked at them. Don't tell me the griffins are? Every monster got infected. Macmillan, also sweating profusely, said. So why would the griffins be any different? Clang. 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 The infected griffins, their eyes blood-red, glared at us and twisted their bodies. Snap. No, it was more than just twisting. The metal fences in the hangar, used as makeshift stalls, were breaking like sticks. the infected griffins took to the air. The Sky Knights who came to support La Mancha numbered 50. That means there were 50 griffins. Luckily, not all were infected. About half were trembling in a corner of the hangar. But even 25 infected griffins were a tremendous threat. Screech! The griffins soared to the top of the not-so-high hangar and then dived at us. In desperation, I pulled out a low-grade magic core and threw it. Summon! It had been a while since I summoned a defense tower. I called its name. Shield Tower Dash. Clang! The broken fences and walls gathered in midair and settled in the center of the hangar. The defense tower, Shield Tower, was a rectangular structure covered with shields. It had no attack capabilities but boasted considerable defense. And it had a wide-area taunt feature. Thud! Thud! The aggroed griffins began pounding the shield tower. It quickly got battered but bought us some time. I'll calm them down. Mikhail dashed forward like a streak of light. Wait, calm them down? How does he plan to calm infected griffins? Ha dash! With fluid motions, Mikhail mounted a griffin and crossed his forearms around its neck, choking it. Screech! Irk! The griffin, choking and gasping, soon fell unconscious with its tongue hanging out. This is how we usually subdue overly excited griffins. I've done it countless times. Running toward the next griffin, Mikhail shouted. I'll handle this. Prince Ash, go to the engine room. But, Mikhail, even if you're skilled, dozens of infected griffins are too dangerous. Go. We don't have time. Go. Damn. Clenching my teeth, I nodded and sprinted toward the door at the back of the hangar. Don't die, Mikhail. I won't. Subduing a second griffin, Mikhail shouted back. Dying on my honeymoon would be too unfair. You little rascal, pretending not to care. But you were looking forward to your honeymoon, weren't you? I swear I'll turn Crossroad into the best tourist city, filled with honeymooners. I renewed my determination with thoughts of my grand tourism plan. For that dream and Mikhail's honeymoon, I needed to normalize the main magic reactor. That door leads to the last corridor and the engine room. All right. Following Macmillan's guidance, I kicked the door open and charged into the last corridor. We were almost there. And then, grr. Familiar infected were gathered in the corridor. Silver armor, scarlet cloaks. The 50 Sky Knights. Oh, no wonder we didn't see them earlier. They were all here. These knights, all hero-level combatants, had turned and were staring at me with bloodshot eyes. 50 disciplined, infected soldiers turned their trained, fierce gazes on me all at once. It was anything but pleasant. Diarmutin and Mikhail stayed behind to hold off the dangerous enemies with all their might. But this might be the most dangerous spot? Seeing my trembling face, Macmillan cautiously asked, should I tell the bridge to prepare for an emergency landing?
No.
With a deep sigh, I took a step forward and deployed my armor. Let's get a little rough. Clank dash, the black chainmail made from Bale's magic core. The armor of the Lord of the High Tower enveloped me completely.